just go to the YouTube channel.
Do it?
The YouTube channel.
Like it'd be the same link as yesterday?
No, it'll be a different link because it's a different live stream. So just like search Spotify on YouTube, it should just show up.
It's so good to see all your faces. What a fantastic day yesterday. Just like my heart and my mind, like we have a word Shakwalwan, where it's just like really good feelings that are being created during this symposium. And last night was incredible as well. If you had the chance to check out last night's performances. So yeah, thank you so much for being here this morning. I have an intention today. I don't know if you all have seen me the whole time. I've been like hovering over this mic like I'm doing ASR. I'm gonna stand a little taller today. I do have a theater background, so I don't know why I've been like hugging this mic the whole time. So thank you so much for being here. We've got an incredible panel this morning. But first of all, a little housekeeping. For those of you who signed up, there's a workshop happening right now in the IMS studio, the Start, Wait, Stop, Motion workshop with the facilitator, Dennis Jackson. Okay, panel number 5, Artists of the Circumpolar North, Knowledge Sharing and Creative Process. I'd love to invite onto stage our moderator and our panelists, and then I'll give a nice intro for you and their bios and all their incredible work. So please come on stage. We have Asania, one of our panelists. Asa Warden, Dajrai, and I'll give you just a little brief info, and then I'll like hand it over to you all, okay? Okay, so this panel, learn about the diverse and vast perspectives of, did this thing move? I felt like this thing moved a little bit. So big. Learn about the diverse and vast perspectives of arts from the Circumpolar North. In this talk, these artists will share their unique artistic practices, key cultural sharings, protocols and ethics, and their viewpoints on the Circumpolar North representation and the moving image-based storytelling. Okay. Asiniak is the daughter of Carol Rowan and Joby Wataluktuk from Inuktitut, Nunavik. You currently live and work in the care of the St. Lawrence River. I did my best with that one. And Lac St. Louis, attended Nova Scotia School of Art and Design and University in their film program. They employ many mediums, including photography, writing, moving images, and curation. She inhabits an expansive space in the arts and is primarily interested in making space for growing and taking care of the tools that help us along our life's journey. She is a writer and director of the short documentary 3000, produced by the National Film Board of Canada. A story of resilience through massive change is told in 3000 by weaving together 100 years of film archives in Inuit, Nunavut, and animation. The film won the Kent Monkman Award for Experimental Film in 2017 at the Imaginative Film Festival in Toronto, and as a member of the curatorial film of Isuma's presence in the Canadian Pavilion at the Venice Biennial in 2019. They highlighted the feature film One Day in the Life of Noah in Pigutak, Piugatu. I'm getting important lessons here right now in real time. This is real protocol happening right now in real time. Haichka. And in 2020 was one of the recipients for the Sobey Art Award. They are a member of the curatorial team of the inaugural exhibition of the WAG. Kalmayuk. Thank you. Haichka. Yes, and a groundbreaking exhibition that envisioned a past. So thank you for being with me, and Haichka, thank you so much for being with us here today. Okay. Princess Dajai Johnson. You're good, you're good? Yeah, you can keep going? Okay, good. Okay, and Isa, a little bit about Isa here. I saw you were amazing last night. Did anyone check out this amazing performance last night? So good. So a little bit about Isa. Okay, you recently debuted a performance, an art media art piece, Dissolution, in the 2024 Inuit Art Symposium in Montreal, Quebec. And at her 2024 Interdisciplinary Artistic Residency at McDowell, she worked on a short film that later became the backdrop for Dissolution. She lives in the panhandle of the great state of Texas. Great. Welcome, 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 Isa. And we have our moderator, Napachi. Yeah, Haichka for being here. Is an Inuit editor, comic artist, fiction, non-fiction, and children's literature writer from... I'm getting good lessons. Halloween. She now lives in North Vancouver, BC, and graduated from UBC with an MFA in creative writing in 2021. She was also the 2023-2024 Writer and Artist in Residence at Kwantlen Polytech University. Her work has been featured in Momus, Studio Magazine, Massonneuf, Carousel, Longcon, The Walrus, and numerous other digital and print magazines. Folger's latest work, The Art of the Life of... I love this like combo thing we got going on here right now. Was published in September 2023, and her first book, Joy of Apex, was published in 2021 by Inhabit Media. So, Hetsepka, for you all being here, I can't wait to learn more about you, and I promise I will keep practicing your language. Hetsepka, enjoy the panel.
Thank you. I guess all of these bios don't need to be read. Yeah. Oh, I'll read Lindsay's then.
We did have a page mishap, so apologize.
No problem. Tungasugitsi ulaku uvanga Napachi Folger. So welcome and good morning. My name is Napachi Folger, and I'll read Lindsay's bio. Lindsay McIntyre is an Inuk artist and filmmaker who works primarily with analog film, exploring place-based knowledge, portraiture, and personal histories. She employs process cinema techniques, material and celluloid manipulation, and handmade emulsion to her autoethnographic explorations, which often extend to expanded cinema performances. Her short drama, Nigitu, The South Wind, won the Best Live Action Short Award at Imaginative and qualified for the 2025 Oscars. Her most recent project, Tuktui, is an experimental documentary that considers the close and enduring connections between caribou, lichens, Inuit, and the consequences of habitat disruption. After more than 45 short films, she is Chair Feature Film Award. She is developing her first feature, The Words We Can't Speak, which won the Women in the Directors Chair Feature Film Award, worth $250,000, and tells the story of her maternal grandmother's unexpected departure from Nunavut in 1938. She is a fellow of the Sundance Institute, 2024, Forge Projects, 2024, and Cousin Collective, 2021, and has been part of several artist-run film labs and collectives, including Iris Collective, the Double Negative Collective, EMO, and an international consortium of emulsionators. She is an associate professor of film and screen arts at Emily Carr University of Art and Design on unceded Coast Salish territory, otherwise known as Vancouver. Well, welcome everybody.
Thank you.
I'm so excited to be here today, talking to Inuit from all across the north, and excited to hear what you have to say. So we're talking about, storytelling. Oh, and Gwich'in, sorry, circumpolar Indigenous. Yeah, so I'm really interested in hearing about the sort of storytelling elements from all of our cultures in the work that you do. So I'll start out with my first question. Some of you have worked in performing arts, while many of your experiences and work in moving image-based storytelling is in line with more modern technology. What influence on your artistic practice does cultural knowledge have on your work? Let's start maybe. Aisa?
Hello. Everything. Yeah.
Okay, is your work directly linked to traditional knowledge or specific formats or structures of your culture storytelling? So is there like motifs, or what are the elements of your culture that you put into your work that differs from the sort of standard for like image-based storytelling?
I'm an Inupiaq, and everything that I was instilled in me as a little tiny baby Inupiaq from elders, and how I've observed and learned from people who have lived on the land and in place. I take all of that and put it into anything that I'm doing. We have a relationship to moving images when the first films came to our village in the 40s, and everyone would go and watch a movie. So I think about them also with that.
Same for me. So I'll just say I'm Netzaikochin, so actually there's a lot of trade that happened here between our communities in Kaktovik and the Shrenko Arctic Village. In fact, there's songs and even the designs of our parka, we were influenced each other a lot. Also, we've known each other since we were like little teeny boppers, but so it's special to be
We were in a play together.
Yeah. But I think, one of the things that is a huge part of my work and life work is our epistemologies, and how it's actually, the reciprocity is so deep with the Vatsai, the Tutu, right? It's so deep with the salmon and the whales, and actually it's more like they're governing us than we are, and I think that for me, my dreams are really important. The matriarchs yesterday said something that really resonated with me, which is we can't do this work alone. We're in this process of asking our ancestors to help us do things in the right way, and I certainly feel such an obligation. Oh, I love this image. Oh, that was sorry, I got distracted, but that was an MTV spot for Native American Heritage Month, and we wanted to highlight the coming back and revitalization of our facial markings. And for that one, we actually filmed my niece getting her first, Chelil. Yeah. She got the first one, she was 14? Yeah, I think she was 14. So that was really special, and actually very much speaks to, again, it's just like this kind of sense of just wanting to do things in the right way and represent our communities. And sometimes that can feel like a lot, but if you let go a little bit and just continually ask for guidance, I think that is a huge part of my work. Yeah.
Great. Do you want me to repeat the question? Okay.
I want to tell everyone that my outfit is completely dyed with berries for my one. So hopefully that answers the question.
I did, just before we move on to you, Lindsay, really enjoyed 3000, and I think there's elements of storytelling that people who don't recognize Inuit styles might not necessarily follow. Do you have any commentary on that?
Yeah. And I'll tell it to you. There was so many decisions made in the process of making the film, and one of the major elements of it is the sound. And so I think like one of the decisions that I can say is like unique to trying to understand like Inuit ways of interpreting and telling about the world was for the audio track. I took inspiration from like throat singing Kitachuk and what it actually is, and tried to think of how I can interpret it into a film soundtrack. So we did a whole like the film. A lot of it, because its archives, comes without any sound, and it was a challenge to make it feel like it's alive and cohesive. So we did a soundtrack that was just like breathing and like mouth sounds, like just being like whatever with our sounds, which was so awkward to do in the studio, but fun also to do. And that was trying to think of like how can we lend our voice and be inspired by existing artistic practices and interpretation of the world. And so that's like one way. And I would say there's probably so many ways that in the film you can like do those. I don't know. You can go interventions, but that's one that I really thought about and really I think paid off.
Yeah, it really did.
Yeah, the sound is incredible in that film. It's one of my favorite films, but especially the sound. I think for me, I'd say it's kind of infused in everything. So I'll take Isa's answer, just say everything. But sometimes it's the purpose of the work, and sometimes it's not so much the purpose of the work, but it ends up being like innately sort of the form of the work. So maybe looking at an object or a thing and not necessarily making so many pronouncements about it or telling somebody what to think, but creating space for people to find their own way through a thing and maybe different ways of like learning. There's also the major piece that I just finished. It's called Tutuit, that is on view at the Contemporary Gallery right now, which it doesn't, I wouldn't say like traditional knowledge, but customary knowledge, or like to make that film, I learned how to process caribou hide in a customary way, and like make tools out of the caribou and process that down into gelatin and make handmade emulsions. So it was sort of like a combination of the practices and things that I engage in a kind of experimental film world, and then more customary Inuit practices, and trying to bridge the gaps between those things in maybe ways that hadn't been done before. So it's like, I think sometimes it comes through in the form, sometimes it's the form and the content, and sometimes it's just everything.
Great. Yeah, that's what I had in mind when I was thinking of this in particular, was your Tutuit, like film emulsion with bone marrow and stuff. It's really cool.
And then the film is processed in developers made from the lichens that are in the film.
Yeah. Amazing.
But I didn't dye my own clothes.
Crowberry?
I did.
Yeah. Nice.
I made this one. I made this.
So my second question is, what prompted your interest in animation, film, and other forms of storytelling through moving images? How has it evolved or been refined over your career? Do you want to continue?
Okay. I started making films a long time ago, 1999, and I found a film on the street, and I was making things with it and kind of got inspired by its ability to move and started making things like by hand. Like, I'm very material practice. Film is a material practice for me. So it wasn't a storytelling medium for me in the beginning. It has become one, but it was primarily a material, very much so. And so in making things with my hands and figuring out sort of how to do things. I didn't go to film school. I taught myself everything that I know about film, and or found ways to learn those things, by baking cookies for the only person who knew how to do that thing, or whatever. It was a journey that was really quite rooted in animation, since this is an animation symposium. We'll talk about animation, but many of the practices that I engage in handmade film and in motion picture actually really speak to animation anyway. Working in optical printing or a lot of the different processes, you are thinking about frame by frame, and because it's a linear medium, you end up thinking about storytelling as well. But I wouldn't say that my storytelling is maybe normal. It's kind of like, there's sometimes it's made out of layers of things, literally layers of projected images or simultaneous images, that kind of thing. But there are stories and there are structures. But again, I think I'm always trying to find a space for people to find their own way through the work. Maybe that's the consistency over the last 25 years of my work, but there's a lot of different things in there. And honestly, I make work to process things that I'm dealing with. So it's not that I make them for me, but they are my working out of the thing. So it's never about setting out to say something specific to somebody or have them walk away with a particular idea. It's always the process of me making it is the way that the film becomes, and so there's it's a multi-layered process, I guess. But
Azania?
I was incredibly drawn and inspired to making moving images. When I was in grade 7 or something, we had an assignment to make a PSA for something. So I taught myself how to make stop-go animation and sunk hours into I don't know, whatever is supposed to be a minute clip, and then a couple years later we had to make 2-minute video for teaching the class how to make a recipe, and I made a 10-minute thing with commercial breaks, and I was just what I wanted to do, and I was basically told I went to a craft school because I wanted to weave and make ceramics and work with my hands. And when I went there, there was one video class, and the professor was just go to film school, please? And I was yeah, that sounds right. So I just, that's kind of my path, just basically just to illustrate that it's just something that whenever I had the opportunity and was invited to work with a medium, I went so far past whatever I was asked to do. So it was just a love of to spend time that way, looking at things move and getting to share it. Yeah.
Did you focus on film, I ask?
Yes, I have a film degree.
Yeah, I've just always been super curious about the world, and I think as a child, as a young girl, also had a lot of trauma that I was trying to process, and that's, you know, poetry was actually my first, I think, love and art form. And poetry, I mean, I think all of us do poetry. I think, you know, the moving images are poetry. And I really, like, you know, when you love something like lichen or crowberries, or, you know, you kind of want to bring people closer in, and I think that's what we all do, is like trying to accentuate something that we love, like our land or peoples or, you know, waters, so that a wider audience can also feel that. Even though they might not ever go to the Arctic, they can feel that like love and connection. So, and of course, I never saw people that looked like us, you know, represented in a good light. And so that became more of a, you know, reason. But I do remember, and I'm not an animator myself, but like I remember as a kid, I used to like make those little, like, you know, draw in a little, like a flip book. Yeah. So I remember like really being into, you know, stuff like that, and just, yeah, a love for film.
I was reminded when, after I came back from New York City, I was there for audio engineering, like a one-year program. And then I went up to Utqiagvik, which is part of my ancestral homelands. I taught kids all across the slope how to make films, because it was a one-year grant. And so we did, I was like, how did I forget that? And because when you were talking, I was thinking, oh yeah, we used to make a storyboard, and we did all these things, and we did locations and things. And then after that, I had left to go pursue my art more full-time. I left to a more urban area, and I started making images behind my performance, because my background is in theater primarily, and I wanted to move into performance art. And I don't use a film program. You know, I use something called Malumin, which is used for projection mapping. It's easy for me to kind of like use it for my brain, how it works. But I wouldn't mind learning a more complicated program. I just haven't gotten there. Anyway, I've used it in conjunction with performance to, you know, like, well, I don't want nothing behind me. Let's figure out what's going to be on the screen if we have a screen. And so I've made things like that, but I haven't made a standalone piece yet, and I'm really interested in that. When I put that baby on the head, on the thing last night, I was like, oh, this is going somewhere. I'm starting to have fun with this as a medium on itself.
But there's a huge amount of work, and I was watching, this is the second time I've seen a performance, a different video, but it's really, a lot of work goes into making those, like a huge amount of work.
It's a lot. I had no idea how much time, you know, but I had been told, but doing it, but I like it. It's like sewing. You just keep sewing your garment or sewing things, so it reminds me of sewing. But I'm very new to thinking in this, like, more seriously about it.
It all sounds so very indigenous. Oh, I learned how to do this, and I'm going to apply it to something else.
Indigeneity.
Nice. Okay. So my third question, so from children's television to performance art, you all work in such different ways within your disciplines. Who would you say is your target audience, and where are there intersections or crossovers, if any? What guided you on your specific paths to becoming the artist you are today? I guess those are like 3 questions. So, who would you say is your target audience, and if there are intersections or crossovers, where would they be?
You are Navachi. No, but seriously, I make many of my films. I make for my community of Inuit, and it's something that it is really important to me because I think, we're all at different places in our journey, but processing some of the things, not necessarily everything, but processing some of those things, I think it's really important to share your journey. Like, a lot of my films are very, very personal, and I think it only does good to share your personal journey with other people who maybe are going through something similar, or approaching something similar, or have an experience or experiences that resonate with those things. And from the film that you were in, that made in the pandemic, that was in Inua, is, which means we are all different, is maybe a good example of that, because it was literally, here's an experience that I'm having, and then getting together with other Inuit and going, is anybody else having this experience? And clearly, that's the case. And so, talking through some of those things, which is kind of like all about the idea of belonging and what does it mean to belong as Inuit, both in and outside of community, and that was something that, is made for Inuit, but maybe for all other Indigenous people as well. So.
Yeah, I think it's really important, in particular, when you're living outside of your own lands, and those kinds of feelings are very isolating. So having art that expresses that, and you will obviously resonate with other people in your similar situation, is really powerful. And I think that probably goes across the board with all of your artwork. Celia?
It could maybe change a little bit on different projects, but the way that I was taught to think about audience was as concentric circles that are going out. So in the center, I put my family, especially my nibblings, and my community, my region, Indigenous people, as rings going outwards. And I try to think about, it changes the language and the way that you want to share things, and I try to think of how I can be generous and still center whoever my main audience is, but allow room for audiences that might be a little bit farther from the center. But how can I still include you, or how can I choose to exclude you at specific moments? And think about, I try to think about a wider audience, but focusing with the center. The other thing that I think about that is being my audience, making something for you, might also mean that for us at the center, I'm thinking about what to share with the people a little bit farther away for all of our benefit. So I think thinking about the audience, I want you to see it. I also want this to help you in your life. So that's one of the ways I try to think about audience.
Was one of the rings nibblings? Nibblings.
I think there's a big difference between my personal work that I originate and the very commercial work that I'm engaged with. But that being said, I think that anything you make, and obviously in the my realm of film and television, it's such a collaborative process. So it's not just me, it's could be hundreds of people. And I just think about the spirit that we imbue something with, and if you really are intentional about it, that there's something to be said for that. And in the best case scenario, film making is medicine. It can be really healing for anyone that's involved with it. And I think that's one of the most beautiful things about being a part of a really collaborative art form, is that you get to invite people unexpectedly into the creative process. And that is one of my great joys in life, is coming up to community members and being hey, do you want to act in this film? And they're like, what? You know, like no one's ever asked me that. So I think, or, do voiceover, whatever it is. And I think like that's like a huge joy of mine. And I really feel like for me, similar to our like hunting and gathering, culture, it's like, in our culture, right, the animal gifts itself to you, the spirit of the animal gives us. So I think of the lens, like, oh, like something's going to gift itself to this lens, and we don't necessarily like know, what that is, but there's a reciprocity there, right? So I really am. I've had so many incredible teachers that don't necessarily come from like the film making realm, but just things were so different when we were growing up in terms of like, there just weren't that many people that were like outside the box and artists and kind of doing their own thing. And it was harder, right? It was like a different time. And so Bernice Joseph, remember her? There's just like people that were positive, and like she was a runner and just doing stuff in education. And when I was a young, girl, like teenager, it was just like women that were like using their voice and proud, and Indigenous women who, just were giving me something positive. Like I want to be like. There was just a handful, really, and she kind of like really sticks out in my mind. But I'm grateful, and I just want to say like to younger people, and I know this is also being thankfully broadcast for free. I'm like super accessible and approachable, and like always willing to like do a Zoom or meet somebody and just like encourage others to. Everyone's a storyteller, like everyone's an artist, everyone can create, and just really encourage young people to do that.
My mom, when I was a little kid, my mom, she was, every year she would put on a play in the church, and it was all in Inupiaq, and it was a nativity play, and I played an angel when I was like 7 years old. And so there was a choir going, and she was just directing the choir, and then there was like this whole like scene. I mean, there was props and everything. So I think of that when I think about audience, because it was the whole community of Fairbanks in that Inupiaq. It was all in the language. Was the audience. I do think about the youth. That's why I started to be a rapper, was because of the youth. So I could talk in their language more. And I do think about the youth when I'm performing. When like last night, I think about the archives actually for the youth in the future. Like what am I telling them in this, when they find this in the basement or wherever? I don't know. However they find me later on, what is the projection? What's the bigger story? What the progression? Like, so Montreal, there was a show and I had one line in there about the babies, and so that I was like, okay, the next one's called the babies, But I do also, it helps when I think about my elders in the audience, and I forgot to do that yesterday, but I'm doing it now. But I'm also thinking about representing my family and my family line to people I don't know, and my village, and I might be the only person from my village that you'll meet, so thinking of that in a larger context and how my work represents that, or what they would think of it, or which they would laugh, but some of them are really, they would have fun, but anyway, yeah, I do think, but I also think of being a human being with 10 fingers and 10 toes. And I love human beings. Not all of them, but I do love them. Actually, I love all of them. I take that back. I do love them. I love all the human beings. And so I think about human beings and what they are going through, and I also think of that too.
What was the term you used in Montreal? Our future ancestors?
Yeah, I have a song. I'm a rapper aside from this, but I don't do it that often because it's such a different practice that it's like a disjointed kind of thing. But I have a song called The Future, Ancestor from the Future. But yeah, I do think about in that song, an ancestor went all the way around time, because I have this theory about time anyway, that she ended up from the past in the future. And she's like, I made it to the future. And so I think about those people, the young people.
Well, thank you so much. I have 10 minutes on the clock, so I think if you're okay with it,
I just want to talk about something on my slide. Is that okay with everyone here?
One of the slides? Yeah.
Because it's easier to explain with pictures. But I just want to tell you, I make like a film, 3000. I make like performance videos, like this.
Actually play it.
No, it's not playable. I didn't give you that power. This is like one of my videos in a sculptural installation. And then this is a sculptural installation with a photograph and a structure. And it has a XR component, so with HoloLens, it brings the sila, it brings our atmosphere, clouds, water, there's like ravens that fight over a bag of chips, etc. And then there's clouds. So that's just like some of the things that I do in the range. I just wanted to share that because
awesome. So let's open it up to a few questions for the last 10 minutes.
Hello, you're all so cool. I'll try to ask it with words that make sense. I'm wondering about, there's something on my mind lately. I just saw a VR piece of a hand game, but from the center of the game, which I shouldn't have seen as a woman. And I think that it just made me think about artists who challenge, but it's like there's a line between challenging protocol and then also following it. And I think the type of art you all do sits in this space of okay, follow protocol, teach what we want to teach, but also where can you push it, and how do you decide where that line is, or when you do cross it, if you do cross it, what are you thinking, or where would you decide this is a line I should cross for challenging something?
That's a very interesting question. I think I don't try to cross protocol, I would say. I don't actively try to do that. In fact, but I do think that, protocol isn't a fixed thing. It's a living thing. It's a moving and breathing thing, and it's going to be different in every situation, with every, it'll be different with one elder than another, or one family member to another. So I think I'm pushing other boundaries all the time in the work that I make, and trying to maybe bridge things together that have never been together before, or maybe help people to see things in ways that have never been seen before. But it's usually not about pushing protocol like you were talking about, like the thing that you wouldn't normally have seen. And it's not to say that that shouldn't be done, and I think that culture can't be fixed either. It can't be just one thing. It has to be changing all the time. And so, Inuit artists have been innovating and changing since the beginning of time, and that has to be the case. We have to keep doing that. So I think it will sort of like inevitably change, but the part of protocol I guess I'm thinking about is like respect, and that doesn't change. But the content of things and what we might talk about, what is okay to talk about even, I think those things are changing. Those are moving, breathing things. So yeah, I guess that's my answer.
I would say, kind of going back to just we're human beings, and being human is messy, and we can't be afraid of that messiness. And I think with narrative film, you can put that into a character. You can imbue the maybe departure from maybe a gender role and like play with the messiness of what that causes in breaking protocol within the culture, within the context of a fictional narrative piece, because that's human nature. And I think like that's the beauty of filmmaking, and like why sometimes we get really into a certain film, because we see ourselves and we're like, oh, I thought I was the only one that struggles with that. I was really struck by the young filmmaker who was so honest. I don't know if they're here right now, but the filmmaker who did Tiny, making that comment about just identity. And so that's like another thing I think that there's so much room to explore that in our art. Yeah.
All right, over here.
Thank you so much for sharing so far and for the questions. I have a question about translation, and translation not just between Inuktitut and English or French, but translation of film terms. So I'm currently working on a kind of study guide for animation on The Shaman's Apprentice. And when we started the study guide, I had this arrogant idea that, and at the end we'll translate it to Inuktitut. Only to realize that a lot of the film terms, animation terms like close-up and anticipation and follow-through, like they're not easily translatable. They actually require rethinking film language. And I'm wondering if any of you, if you could talk about translation in your own work, where you found yourself rethinking terms like close-up or rhythm or framing when collaborating and thinking through Inuktitut, or vice versa, struggling to translate a term that meant something to you to an English or French-speaking funder or collaborator.
I just want to say really briefly, I'm translating myself all the time. I don't fit into I'm always translating myself. That's all I want to say about translation.
Well, I mean, I can see that question. It applies to me in a variety of ways. One, I just had an experience of, we have a traditional story that was turned into a book in English, and then we're putting it back into Dinjijuka, and then it's like, it's complicated because it's hard to go from English to Dinjijuka because the way we think is different. And then within that, everybody has their own little way that makes sense to them as speakers of a language. So there's that, right? So it's very complicated. You have to set aside time to do that in the project, whatever project it is. And then when I'm on set, like instead of saying cut, I say akote, which just means like we're done, like I'm done. There's nothing else to like say. So I do try to like incorporate some of our own language. Yeah, good question. question.
Yeah, it's interesting just working in the magazine. I work at Inuit Art Quarterly, and I used to work for the Government Mover, and both jobs required a lot of translation. So it is something a lot of people don't realize, how new the terminology around things that Inuit didn't have before is. So we're constantly making up new things. And Inuit in particular is a very descriptive language. So like haluna, which is non-Inuk, literally translates to eyebrow stomach, because Inuit are fairly hairless, and the first white people they encountered had like treasure trails, which they'd never seen before. So like that's an example of how the language is descriptive. And it's really challenging if you're doing creative work. Like my book was translated into Inuktitut, and I asked to make sure that the translator was not like just a government translator who translated all of the minutes and stuff for the meetings, because I wanted to make sure that my English text was like the spirit was captured. So you can go for more like creative and poetic kind of translators. You just have to engage with the right people and make sure that you're talking, because you're creating a new form of the language, really.
Yeah, there's a lot of creativity in translation. I'm an Inuktitut language learner, and so I actually love the moments of translation because I always learn more things, and understanding a word and how it's situated in a language is such an enriching thing. Like a lot of people will say you can't even really know a culture until you speak the language, and that's there's just so much that's in it. I mean, I've used like you're saying, like government translator, or like even the services online to translate something from English to French, or from French to Spanish or something, but I would never do such a thing to translate something into Inuktitut, because it would be quite hilarious probably. But it would, I think you have to, like that process is always an engagement with a human being who is translating, and then it's a discussion, and then it's a moment of reflection and learning where you're thinking about, this word and how it might become or mean something else in this other context. And so some of it is like, who are the people who you need to understand the thing that you're saying? Like, do they need those terms that don't necessarily exist in Inuktitut? Or do they need to understand, like Napachi was saying, it's a very descriptive language, so they just need a description for the container, for the thing, to understand what it is that you're saying. And so that process is always just, like, it's just a beautiful thing. Like, what else can you learn about how words mean things within a community or within a culture by just hearing certain words, and every word means different things, right? The title of my show is the translation of a word, akumi, but it means distance between objects, time between events. It's like there's so much information in that. Everything, every word, every name, they all mean things, and there's like layers of meaning, and I think that's a really beautiful thing about it. But it's like asking AI to do anything about Inuit. You're not going to get a good answer at all. Like it's something that it's a living process, translation, and it kind of has to be a person-to-person engagement, at least in my experience.
And I think the best translation goes along with cultural context too, because like you were saying, there's no word, you don't use like literal cut, you use a term in your language. And same for Inuktitut is, if you're going with, like, it's time for things to be over, there's no concept of rudeness. You just say daima, and it's like, we're done. But if you say that and translate it in English, it sounds kind of rude, but it's like, no. My grandma just hangs up the phone and doesn't say a word of saying goodbye. I know she loves me. It's just like, daima.
That's it, that's all, it's over.
Yeah. And speaking of which, Any last comments, because we are at time?
Well, there's so much that can be said about language, so much. I just want to say that like our languages are intentionally like so dense and layered in metaphor and simile and nuance and poetic, and we are oral storytellers. That is how we pass down our knowledge and histories and just the way that we see the world. And so, and it was specifically that way because it made you think. It sparked the listener to like imagine and really retain information. And so I just like anyone just encourage, like I'm on a language learning journey. It's hard, it's very challenging, but just like the more that you can like delve into the language, like the better. Let's see.
Thanks to everyone who came here to spend time with us. It was nice to sit here with you. And thanks, it was nice to hear your answers.
Kuya Nakpakipsi, thank you big to all of you.
Thank you so much, all of you. A great conversation, and thanks for coming today.
Thank you all for such an incredible conversation. Hadsepka. Yes. Where are we at right now? Yes. Next up, we have transforming tactility, connecting process and culture, and that's coming up at 11:30. So Hadsepka, thank you so much, and thank you to the panelists and the moderator. See you all soon.
Just rolled it in.
sure it didn't accidentally stop recording. Yeah. As a backup for audio, well, Sean was doing, anyways, I was like, oh, this is a better way to do it. Don't, yeah, just don't. Just don't. Yep. I grabbed one for JK the other day, and then he had left. And I had an extra large t-shirt, and Elisa was here, and I was like, oh, this is Is it a shipping form t-shirt? Yep. Oh, how are you? I'm cool, yeah. That was like super fun. Mixing and stuff, or practicing. Wow, cool. Kind of going back to this. Kind of like, you know, this always kind of things that I kind of. 4 hours of paradiddle. Yeah, it's slow. For real, watching my form. And dig deep. Really like, yeah, anytime my brain shifts or thinking about it, get back and because like if I'm thinking about something else, yeah, it was good. It was How's this thing supposed to start?
Soon. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, maybe?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Honestly, it was like the day after my birthday. So anxious. I know, I think about
Hello everyone, welcome back. I was going to say good afternoon, but we're not there quite yet. Yes, so good. Again, I'll just reintroduce myself just in case we've got some new people, new folks in the room. My name is Palamia Sparrow, and I am from the Musqueam Nation, and it's my absolute pleasure to be the host of this panel. Yes, let's get into it. Oh, a little reminder that if you signed up for the time slot at the VR exhibit, it's happening in room D1390. And I've been saying this not once have I been like someone be like, ooh, and run out. So I think we're all good. So this panel, so excited to have you all here. Panel number 6, Transforming Tactility, Connecting Process and Culture. As artists, we have always transformed materials around us to create art that intricately conveys our stories and identity. In this talk, artists from diverse practices speak on contemporary art making and the value of tactile process. So, a little bit about our panelists. We have Jordan Hill. Raise your little hand there, yeah. Jordan Hill is an emerging new media artist from the Suk Nation, located on Vancouver Island. He holds a Master's of Fine Arts degree from the University of Victoria. Hill has exhibited in numerous galleries, residencies, and festivals across Canada, exploring themes of contemporary digital culture through interactive and disorienting installations. His work invites viewers to engage with the current complexities of truth and immediacy, primarily focusing on questioning the use of facades in habitually traveled locales. Jordan's work plays with disciplinary boundaries, blending technology with structure and body. His practice is influenced by urban and natural landscapes, architecture, and his own Indigenous heritage and experiences as a member of the Suk Nation. Through these elements, he creates immersive experiences that ask audiences to slow down, linger, and be critical of moments that often discourage it. His work uses our relationship with technology and virtual imagery in a way that helps us foster a deep connection with the world away from it. Hi, Chika, Jordan, for being here. Let's get a little nice. SJ Okumo. Raise your hand. There we go. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you so much for being here. Yes, SJ is a Nihia, Eastern European animator and member of the Big Stone Cree Nation, resides in Takaranto, and is a newly appointed assistant professor in the experimental animation program OCADU. I'll just say it that way. I hold it, I'm reading yours as me because it's like in first person. You hold a bachelor's science. I don't hold a bachelor's science in physiology, I can tell you that. You hold a Bachelor of Science in Physiology from the University of British Columbia and a Master's of Science in Medical Art. Oh, yes. And from the University of Dundee, Scotland, where you graduated with distinction. Currently completing your PhD remotely in the University of New South Wales, 3DX Lab in Sydney, also known as Warang. Okay. My practice-based research, your practice-based research, interrogates Western notions of objectivity and incorporates Indigenous ways of knowing, crypt theory, and an anti-colonial lens into the 3D art practice. Give a little applause. Next up, we have Sydney Pascal. Sydney Frances Pascal, did you raise your hand? I didn't see yes. Is a member of the Lil'wat Nation. She is currently living and working on the unceded territories of the Kumatkwim, Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh peoples. Her multidisciplinary practice includes hide tanning, video, sound, and poetry. She uses her practice to tell her family's story, speak about her identity, and what it's like navigating as an Indigenous person within a colonial society. Her work over the past few years is grounded by her continued connection to land-based material practices. She most recently showed work in the 2024 Whitney Biennial, Even Better Than the Real Thing. Welcome. Yes. Okay, up next we have Dusty Hagerud. Hagerud. We had a little session beforehand. Dusty Hagerud. 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 Dusty Hagerud. A member of the Tunaha people of the Lower East Kootenays, has been obsessed with animated objects since childhood. A puppeteer, puppet designer, and fabricator at Color Sound Lab Puppet Makers. Dusty has been performing and designing in puppetry for 25 years in Calgary, Edmonton, and in Vancouver in theater and advertising, film, and television. He has worked on Nickelodeon's The Barbarian and the Troll, and with the Jim Henson Creature Shop on Apple Plus's, this is my favorite show when I was little. Yes. Down in Fraggle Rock. Yeah, Apple Plus's Fraggle Rock's Back to the Rock received a 2025 Emmy. Woo! Thank you. Okay, and then we have our fabulous moderator, Mimi Gelman, as a visual artist and educator of Anishinaabe, Métis, and Jewish heritage, teaching at Emily Carr University in Vancouver. Gelman's interdisciplinary work in architectural glass, drawing, painting, and conceptual installation explores phenomenology and technologies of intuition through an embodied practice of walking and mapping through works and installations that point to the animacy and agency of objects. Cool, very fantastic. It's so wonderful reading everyone's bios and seeing what everyone is getting up to. It's fantastic. I'll just add a little bit more. There's a few more things here that I'd like to share. Her cosmology orientation, her worldview and the language that expresses it, predisposes her to be open to the reality of the spirit of life of objects and their ability to communicate across diverse thresholds. She continues to exhibit internationally with recent exhibitions in France, Germany, and Tokyo, and was included in the seminal exhibition Online Drawing Through the 20th Century at the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. Mimi completed her PhD in Cultural Studies entitled Between the Dreamtime and the GPS, The Metaphysics of Indigenous Mapping, which is now being adapted into a book with the University of Manitoba Press. Her commissioned work can be found in the collections of Prince Waterhouse, Kraft General Foods, and the Toronto Transit Commission, and Rogers Stadium, among others. So welcome so much, Mimi, for being our moderator. And enjoy your panel. Thank you so much.
Is this on? Yeah. So we're going to start by showing the work of these esteemed artists. Then we're going to go to questions that I have for them, and then we'll turn it over to the audience. So we're going to start with Sydney. Please, Sydney.
Okay. Hello. Good morning. Amashkait Atswin Tumathana and Chash Kunchin Squatchit Dilmat Muthkan. What I said in our language of Ukwamut is, hello, my name is Kunchin, a name given to me by my late grandmother Atsi. My name is also Sydney, and I'm from Yilwat Nation. We're from Mount Currie, a few hours north of here in Pemberton Whistler territory, and I'm so happy to be here. And I'm going first, and I'm going to be sharing. You have to sit with us for 6 minutes or 5 minutes and 59 seconds of this short film I'm sharing today called Distance. And I guess before I play it, I'll give you a little bit of background. Long story short, this is a piece I created, an ode and an honoring to my late grandmother and my mom, whose story that I was asked to share, and this was a personal interpretation of that, and it was filmed all at Rick Beach, and it was purposely for that reason, as my mom and grandmother separated as part of the 60s group, and that happened here in Vancouver. And so, but I'm able to tell this story because my grandmother found my mom 25 years later on BCTV News. So, but so this is an ode to them and me, thinking of what that loss of time and distance between here and the island where my mom ended up growing up, and what that must have felt like. So I will be sharing that today. And then I've never used this, so backwards. I need help. Do I have to play it or will it play?
It will play if you click one more time.
No, I'll save it for now. We'll come back.
Honors again. Oh, cool. Sorry for my really long introduction. I didn't realize it was all going to be like. Yeah, thanks for having me here. I'm just going to go through 3 works I've done, I guess over the last 5 years, and just kind of how each approach tactility, thematically, trying to tie it together.
Can you speak louder?
Yes, I can. Thank you. How to kind of interpret tactility in each of these works. Nice. So I'm going to start with this work titled Horizontal Vertigo. This was done for my master's thesis. This is, what you're looking at is a 16 by 9 foot frame and an 18 by 10 foot frame behind it. The work is, I have a video, a minute-long video that'll show you of it doing its thing, but this is me kind of addressing or questioning the role of tree lines along a highway. If any of you have been on the island, have been to Souk or Tsauk, there's a ton of tree lines. If you've been to Lake Cowichan, there's a ton of tree lines. These are places I grew up. And so this kind of addressing the role of tree lines as facade, as these thinly veiled symbols of what BC is supposed to be, green. And so what I've done here is created this corridor that takes these tree lines and has them whipping through. I will explain more of it. I'll let you kind of see how it works, and then kind of get into the meat of it. Cool. I'll explain that soon. Do I just press the middle button?
You just go.
That's where I just cut it off. So yeah, this is, like I was saying, this is kind of me taking inspiration from highway tree lines. I've almost, my whole life I've grown up on a computer. And so these are all computer generated trees. And I'm kind of taking this moment that I feel we're often pushed through habitually traveled space or point of in between where we're kind of discouraged to stop, or it's dangerous to do so, or if there is a stopping point, it's a curated vista, or like a bathroom or whatever. And so for this, and how it relates to tactility for me, is kind of allowing the viewer the kind of autonomy to take this moment that is moving in place and give them control and give them kind of designation of where they want to go. Not give them designation, allow them to designate where they belong, either in between or in front, and how they interact with it. And this here is, I like to include and encourage, I like to include like the technology aspects, such as projectors or screens. I think it's important that they're acknowledged as objects in the room rather than just a means to an end. And so I took a projector in the front and a projector in the back. And so when you interrupt this tree line and you get in the way of this tree line, within your silhouette reveals another video inside moving at a different, slower pace. And so I chose brutalism. I like brutalism. relationship with it. A lot of people hate it, and I understand that. But yeah, so just to speed this work up, I'll talk about this one the most. I began this work kind of approaching the tree line from the road. And with many of my work, my relationship kind of grows with it as I make it, and I kind of, usually the story kind of comes at the end. However, with this work, I kind of started on the road and I made it, and I was sitting in this room for a week while I waited to defend, and I knew the question of indigeneity was going to come up and where that related, how that kind of integrated into this work. And I kind of came to the conclusion and realization, a very emotional one, where if anyone's been to the town of Souk, a prominently white settler town, my reservations are on the front and the back of that town, and they're covered by the tree line. And so I didn't realize it, but I was addressing this thin veiled facade, and it wasn't until the end that I realized that although I was approaching it from the road, I was actually the thing that facade was covering. I was the thing that if you were to drive by, you wouldn't know existed. So a lot of emotional kind of connection to that work after it was done, and I just really like kind of disorienting people and kind of making them incredibly aware of their bodies through technology. So this is a work not really digital related, but I like it. This is a material exploration that I've always wanted to work with vinyl siding on houses, because this is directly attached to growing up and my identity in terms of this socioeconomic belonging in a primarily settler town, and being white passing, trying to figure out where I exist socially, culturally, and so these vinyl siding houses, I actually thought was like, when we moved into one, I was like, we've made it, we're rich. Like this is the pinnacle of life. And growing up, I kind of realized that is not the case. Often this vinyl siding, if not cared for, actually quite hard to care for. As you can see in this image, it gets really musty and gross, and this kind of tactility through memory of a material, this tactility through kind of time and texture, where as time kind of comes, the grain of the wood, the grain of the wood kind of fills in, and this wood material, or what it's trying to pretend to be, kind of becomes brittle and kind of breaking over time, and then kind of reveals, and to me speaks to
is there something buzzing it?
Another version of facade. And so what I did was I took and isolated this material and kind of was showing the frailty of it, showing it away from a structure that kind of provides its robust form. And then, so this work, you'll probably see a version of it in the other room. And this is just showing kind of how it works. So this is a film showing in front of this white monitor. Again, working with monitors as a not necessarily a means to an end to just display a video, but rather acknowledging it as this object that we stare into almost daily. I know I do. And so when I take polarizing film off these monitors, what it actually does is reveals the white light that's shining through, that's being translated, much like sunglasses. And so this is my kind of, this is my attempt at kind of reconciling my relationship with development, having lived in Halifax, Victoria, and Vancouver in the last 5 years, did a lot of it, and where I kind of belong and how it makes me feel, and development is kind of watching time happen in real time, and sometimes it addresses memory in terms of when I'm looking at the ocean in Halifax, and that ocean was taken away from me as the development went up, but I didn't know it existed. That view kind of existed. I question whether that view existed now that an obstacle kind of was introduced, and so I think I'm just really prone to IOL and to this development, and this is another image of it just showing the works, and then I'm making fun of SketchUp aesthetic, the utopia promise on the end of development. I knew I was going to go over. So thank you, that was it for me. If you want to see a version of this work, it's in the other room. Check it out, it's cool. Thank you.
Hello? Yeah. Hi, everyone. So Tansei, SJ Metsuge-san, Calgary Utsumiya, Chakuranto Magamagoch. So my name is SJ Okumo. My pronouns are she, her. I grew up in Calgary, obviously. I'm a member of Big Stone Cree Nation. And I currently live in Toronto, and I've been there, I guess, on and off for the past 10 years now. I'm going to end up talking a lot about kind of landscape in my work, so I wanted to obviously acknowledge the lands in which this project in particular that I'm going to talk about was created, Treaty 13, Treaty 6, Treaty 7, Treaty 8, and then of course where I'm doing my PhD, it's the lands of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, also called Warang, or currently known as Sydney, Australia as well. So this picture this is my maternal great-grandmother, Mary Okumo, whose last name I carry with me, and then just a little picture of me as like an almost baby for those who saw the presentation or the performance last night. me baby. In between it, I guess I'll talk more to this, but for people who maybe don't recognize an image kind of like this is like a cellular, molecular illustration done by David Goodsell, who's kind of like one of the most famous molecular illustrators, I guess, out there, but kind of a science nerd. And this depicts specifically mitochondria, which is called like the powerhouse of the cell, and they create all the energy, and within them is your mitochondrial DNA, which is kind of separate from your regular DNA, I guess, but it's held through a matrilineal kind of way. So every child that's born, you have your mother's mitochondrial DNA, and for me that feels, I guess, really powerful and special, because I think about my matrilineal line of my mother, who was a 60 scoop survivor, my grandmother, who was went to residential school, and Mary Okumo, my great grandmother, and all these women who have walked on Turtle Island since time immemorial. Feels really important to me, and also feels like a big responsibility, I guess I'm going to talk specifically about my research project that I'm doing for my PhD. So everybody else has like really nice, beautiful, polished pieces. Mine is a chaotic work in progress mess, maybe sometimes, but hopefully you'll make some sense out of it. I've been kind of working as a medical animator, illustrator for the past 10 years. I did a Bachelor's of Science, a Master's in Medical Art, and studied a lot about molecules and the body, and I was always kind of really interested in that realm. I also wanted to kind of have some side quests and do some other things, and I kind of got out of the specifically medical animation industry and started kind of pursuing other things, worked a little bit with Amanda, and that's how, maybe I'm here, I don't know. But I guess within that, like outside of that, like I started to reflect a lot on, the education that I received in Western sciences, and kind of how things that I had learned in that realm kind of just sat set outside a lot of things that I felt like I had learned from other places and ancestral knowledge and kind of all these other things that were kind of, they felt really like at odds at times and conflicting. And I was often, just thinking a lot about like what is my place in kind of this like science-based communications field sphere, I don't know. So yeah, I started a PhD in the middle of a pandemic, which I don't recommend, but oh, I thought I tweeted this slide. That's fine. So I guess, a main feature of molecular animation is something called Brownian motion. This is like turning into a science lecture, but that's fine. So like if you see the little molecules kind of like wiggling, that's like what's considered Brownian motion, and it's like a really popular way of kind of showing molecules moving, and it's pretty standard, but it's just an artistic representation. Like that's not what it looks like, but it's like kind of seen as like accurate, and this is perceived as, the pinnacle of science, is showing these kind of blobs jiggling around, but really it's like the speed at which they move is so fast, it's imperceivable, and these blobs themselves, we've kind of created this way of representing them, but it's just a representation, it's not real. Like it's like all of these kind of areas are where we've approximated that electrons may possibly be at a specific moment in time. And so then you end up with this like blob shape. But it's really just, like I think it's more fluid than that. And how can you really, say what that really looks like, I guess. And people I think generally probably look at it and they're like, oh, that's a protein or whatever, like that's what they look like. But they don't look like anything because you can't see them. Sorry. So I guess I was thinking a lot about like noise and like all of these kind of concepts of how do we get molecules moving, and I kind of moved towards maybe more like an outsider kind of thought about like thinking about like the drum beat and like what like moves me in particular, and like movement, and that drove me to kind of thinking about like, oh, like what if maybe like the drum beat could also like be a source to move these molecules. So I started doing like little animation tests to try to see if I could use audio to kind of control different aspects within an animation. So this was just like a really like quick test of drum beats attached to like the depth within the polygon, so they kind of move with the audio. That was kind of like, okay, that maybe works as like a possible way forward for this project, to think more about that. And just like for me, like doing a PhD is like, it's so embedded in process. Like what am I doing? How am I doing it? Is this worthwhile? Is this, I don't know, is it worthwhile? I still don't know. But the how of how am I gonna do this project really was like, just took me so long to kind of figure out, of like, not even just like, what am I doing, but like, how am I gonna do it? And so I really tried to embed, I guess, the medicine wheel teachings within my process practice. It's within the methodology. It's within like the piece itself. All of those kind of 4 directions teachings about health, wellness, like what does that look like through an Indigenous lens, and trying to, I guess rethink my scientific communication training a little bit. This is just a video of the lab that I was working in Sydney, Australia. So they have this like 360 video kind of room that's really cool. And so I was thinking again, okay, like I'm like displaying this, Like I want those like circles, that like those 4 directions to always kind of be a part of it. You know, when I'm modeling in a 3D software, oh boy, okay. Sorry. Yeah, when I'm modeling in a 3D software, I like to incorporate that, like those directions as well, and always keep that in mind. Yeah, so, oh, and so doing like audio recordings as well with an ambisonic sound recorder, which also has like 4 channels and records in kind of a directional way. So making sure that those are continued in every kind of process. Like, what am I doing? How am I doing it? What am I doing? How am I doing it? So this is just me, and I wanted to incorporate the jingle dress as like my sound, I guess, for controlling that movement of yeah, and to get the dress to really move, I had to jump a lot higher than I usually do. Yeah, I guess it all stems from kind of this concept of molecular decolonization that Michael Yellowbird came up with, and it's all about kind of like reenacting these ancestral movements to be able to kind of reform, you know, neural pathways and, you know, improve our well-being and everything. I'll just skip forward, but yeah. So these are the 4 molecules that I end up I'm working with. They have to do with different illnesses that I've had at different times in my life as being someone who's like chronically ill. So I had Epstein-Barr virus when I was a baby, and tuberculosis when I was like a youth, and then COVID, and then just thinking about like a hypothetical virus for my elder years. So those are like the flu virus. And then, yeah, just like maybe some sort of generative processes that I'm thinking about potentially doing later on. But I don't know. We'll see where the project goes. But yeah, yeah. I guess I'll just end there. So that's okay. Sorry.
Check. Okay, it works. I didn't read the manual on this, so. Hi, I'm Dusty Hagrud. I work in the world of the absurd and the stupid, and that's a good thing for what I do. I work with the animated object. Oh, right, I have to touch this thing. All right, great. That's me. Yeah, I'm just gonna start babbling about all the insane things that I've been working on over the years. Growing up in the country, you learn to do a lot of things because you have to. And puppetry is a culmination of taking all of these skills like sewing, woodworking, using special effects materials, and combining them to make something that is animatable and safe, that it's not going to hurt your performer. And so this was what we dubbed the Septopus, which was a 20-foot squid submarine that we made for the Anachronism, which came out in 2008. So this ridiculous thing opens up to reveal a little dead girl inside. That was the happiest dead girl I've ever met, actually. And the turbines spin around, and it's discovered by these Victorian children that are completely in awe of like what they're seeing and trying to figure it out. But the tide's coming in, and they don't figure it out. We went on to create this. A friend of mine had a grad project. He was studying directing and producing, and he was like, "My project's going to be puppetry, and why don't we do Noah's Ark?" And I'm like, do you know how many hundreds of puppets we're going to have to need for that? Why don't we just simplify that down? Why don't we make it into the bugs world? Because then we can just use found objects. So this was some ridiculous barrel that's only about this big that I turned into a ship. The gumboot speaks for itself. It was just so cute. And this is a big, humongous pile of cellophane from the dollar store that rotates and looks like waves. And these are the cute little guys who are about to take that ship and find a new little place to live. I don't know why I'm looking at the screen. So those were just little rod puppets. These are marionettes, which are amazing things to work with, but also they can be, you have to love working with marionettes. I break many strings, and these guys were for a project that didn't come to fruition, but at the same point in time, they were really fun to build, because making costumes for these ridiculously shaped little creatures was very challenging, but luckily, this is Kristen Wolfe, one of the best puppet costume designers in Vancouver, and she was able to create these ridiculous suits for my insane ideas. And this is our insane studio where all the lunacy happens. These are tabletop puppets with a magnetic bottom. So these guys were hilarious in the aspect that they needed to be on a stage, and only one person was on stage using them. The amazing Tara Travis playing the ghost of Agatha Christie in Agatha Christie's Lost Story. And hilariously, they have these little bobbleheads to them, which I use those springs from the screen doors. And so this is where like coming from the country comes in handy, because you're always got your hands on these weird things, and they all can be turned into do something else even stupider. This was from the Troll Grandfather with Axis Theatre, and they came to me and said, "We need a 15-foot tall dragon." I said, "Sure, you've got the budget, let's go." So we used this this foam that is used in sound studios it's called Acoustimax Pro. It's got a really nice, sturdy and firm feel to it, and an inch thick. It keeps its form, but it's light enough that you're not gonna damage your puppeteer, which is something we're always striving not to do. Striving, I said. It doesn't always happen. And so that guy's up on a pole with a nice hoop system, but his mouth opens. And we originally wanted to have wings on it, but there was only one puppeteer, so we kind of got rid of that idea. But it was a lot of fun, and this is the use of foam. So sometimes we carve foam, and this is just regular upholstery foam that you find in your couches, but you can sit there and take the electric knife carving tool, and you just shave it away, get it close to where you want it, and then take it to the belt sander, that's the word, yes. And you can smooth them out, and then we turn them into these ridiculous little guys, which just finished their run this past week for the last, I think it was 3 years the show's been running, touring all over BC and Alberta. And it's about a story of this little boy in an apocalyptic future who finds some treasures, which are seeds. And these little creatures come along and keep stealing the seeds so they can't grow into anything. So he makes this frog belly rat bone monster to chase them away. And it's just so much fun. This was my first foray into television. This was Nickelodeon's The Barbarian and the Troll, which you have to watch it. It's so stupid. It's so wonderful. And there's music, and I know all the words if you want to sing along. So they came to me with the designs. This is by the amazing Mike Mitchell, and he wanted this little girl. And I was like, absolutely. And Henson was already, or not Henson, Jürgen Ferguson, who works for the Henson Company, was building the GOAT down in LA. And this is how it turned out on screen, which was an amazing, adorable scene where the goat just insults the poor little troll the entire time. Oh, yes, I am so sorry, but I'm not sorry about if you've got cable TV, you've been watching this commercial for the last 2 years. I'm sorry to interrupt your shows, but it was a ton of fun. We're actually standing right over here. This is technically a marionette, and that list is about 12 to 15 feet long. But there was 2 of us working this, and it was an amazing shoot and ridiculous, and it's still on your television to this day. Oh, we're going into Fraggle Rock, because I knew you all would want to see some Fraggle Rock. I don't know if you've seen the season 2, but the Fraggles meet the Lost Fraggles, and everyone's got a doppelganger. So I had a lot of fun working on like the wigs, which is hundreds and hundreds of little pieces of ostrich feathers put together on a netting to make the wig, which is a ton of fun and has great movement. And then this shirt, which was supposed to be the Lost Wembley's version, it was, they give you so much freedom at Henson just to create and do, and they just trust you, and you just come along and like, do you like it or do you hate it? And Scotty will always say, I don't hate anything, but I just love the look on his face when I say it. And so we got to airbrush this up, and it was so cute when it was actually on the go. And this was the episode we had Catherine O'Hara as the guest. Does anybody remember the original Fraggle Rock? Yeah. Okay, does anyone remember this guy? Yeah. This is the Grizzard. The original puppet was 40 years old, and we were gonna take it into the pool. And there's no way that that poor old thing was gonna survive the pool. So for a very long time, I think it was about 2 weeks, we recreated this version here to look exactly like the original so it could actually be immersed in the water. And we made another version that when he comes out of the water, he's all wrinkly and disgusting. Oh, it's a little disconcerting, but it was a ton of fun. And he's got a great little voice like this. This is the Glitterini. This was Adam Lambert's puppet. And my job on this was, they make me do a lot of wigs for reasons. And I built every single set of his eyes, which were magnet-based. And I have to tell you, if you've ever set Swarovski crystals, it's an exercise in patience. With tweezers, one by one, over and over. So yeah, that set of eyes alone took me an entire day, but it was a lot of fun when we actually saw it in action. And I cry at every musical number. Oh, these are my babies. Well, they're not my babies, they're our babies, but okay, once they figured out I could do wigs, they had me do all of their little wigs. So for 2 weeks, I just sat there, taking these humongous human-sized wigs, chopping them down, cutting sections out, putting them back together, and that is so much glue that if you threw that at someone, you'd knock them out. And that's all I wanted to babble about, I suppose.
I'm blown away. It's been a privilege to have witnessed these 4 brief, evocative presentations that encompass so many of the significant themes that are at the core of many of the social, cultural, political, and cosmological concerns arising in our consciousness today. I'm fascinated by the confluence of the conceptual threads that weave through your works. Themes of Indigenous identity and embodiment, land and habitat, cultural sovereignty, issues of globalism, and spatial relationships in a post-truth society, as well as the relationship between Western science and Indigenous science paradigms and worldviews. And all of these thematics reflect the significance of Indigenous narrative traditions as expressed via digital media and performance. Really, your work is mind-blowing. And so I'm going to ask an individual question of each of our panelists, and then I'll open it up to the floor. So let's begin. The title of this panel, Transforming Tactility, Process and Culture, situates this work in such a perfect manner. The meaning of the word tactility is the capability of being felt or touched. The word haptic comes to mind, which loosely means the sum total of our senses. And so I'm going to start with Sydney. My question for you is, how do you think about your practice and your approach to bringing forward your culture beyond a vision-centered manner in a way that can be felt or touched? How is tactility central to your process and significant to your intended outcomes?
Thanks, Mimi. I guess tactility is almost kind of everything in the making of the work I do. The piece I shared, Distance, it was only shown on the screen, but much of my work contains multiple elements. As was mentioned in my bio, I'm a hide tanner, so usually there's multiple elements that can trigger different senses, whether it's smell, and then I try to immerse people in an environment. But in the making of these pieces, like for example with Distance, I'm working with water, so tactility in the sense of touch. I'm working with my own personal relationship with water. I spent a whole winter capturing shots for Distance, so every weekend from January till April I was at Refuge in the water. And that was not just to capture shots, but that was an act I did for myself as a way of, I guess, processing grief, which is was the essence of that work. And I guess if you go upstairs and you can see another piece where I do use hides. I never know what my work is going to look like when I make it. I have an idea of a feeling I want to emit, and then usually location is really important, but it just chaotically somehow comes together. I usually work with myself or with one other person, usually my partner, who can withstand me directing him. But even with, I didn't show anything with tanning hides, but it's in the making of that material. I'm usually making it with family or friends. There's so many hands and people and energy that made these pieces come together. And so tactility and working with material, it essentially is connection for me. It connects me to the actual thing I'm making in terms of material and the element I'm working with and the place.
So much. I've been thinking long and hard about this gathering and the question of world building. This is a question for Jordan. What does it mean to build a world? Envision a world otherwise, one that is not predicated on global capitalism, the wholesale commodification of knowledge, and this moment of the arrival of a post-truth society. So I wonder, Jordan, if you could speak more fulsomely about this aspect of your practice, both conceptually and materially, and the ways that interactive and digital media might be a methodology for the reconfiguring or restructuring of our worlds.
Okay, that's a great question. Load it, I'll figure it out. Yeah, okay. What kind of stuck out in your question is like talking about post-truth and working with kind of digital imagery and particularly installation. I think you kind of alluded to it in your question, but I try to approach my practice by using technology or the digital and our relationship with it in a way to kind of foster a connection away from it. And so when we talk about truth, we talk about pace, we talk about globalism, we talk about access. Having access to everything all at once is incredibly exhausting and demanding. And so by facilitating moments that are quite singular in terms of expectation, and when I say singular, I refer to the body. So truth is kind of most accessible, in my opinion, through body. And so when we're kind of always questioning our positions, whether that be through Instagram, I don't think anyone uses Facebook anymore, but social media or any types of media, headlines, when we're kind of struggling through that, I think we can kind of step back and trust the intuitions that our body can provide. And so what I like to do in my installations to kind of address that is, and address tactility, is to allow somebody to kind of access a memory or a feeling or a sensory overload where they become aware of like a passive or subconscious process, whether that's balance, whether that's like, I don't actually notice the trees when I drive on a highway, or I don't actually look through a construction fence because it just kind of guides me. So just kind of finding moments and encouraging moments where people can stop and rely on their intuition. And so when I leave my work, perhaps because I allowed them to kind of have a bodily or participatory or autonomous experience in the gallery, it can kind of join them once they kind of leave. So that's kind of how I try and approach kind of post-truth and addressing exhaustion when it comes to the digital, contemporary digital age of information and post-truth.
Thank you so much, Jordan. Many indigenous nations have no term for the separation of man and nature, because there is no nature, no environment as such understood to be separate from the self. What I'm talking about here is a completely different cosmology, a worldview where we relate and interconnect everything with Niyawen or Maniro, the spirit dwelling in everything. And excuse me for a second. Western scientists would call these forces. So I wonder, SJ, if you could speak to your explorations of the unseen through digital media and animation, and of the epiphanies that you are unearthing within Indigenous science paradigms and kinships.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, I think I kind of go back to like one of these like first moments that I had of like aha, I guess, or just I was, I guess I would have been like 18, 19 years old, sitting in, a genetics class at UBC, and it was like, the prof was talking about something that had been newly discovered, like, wow, this is like so innovative that, phosphorylation happens on DNA, and this can, help, like, it transmits kind of what your life story has been to the next generation, ostensibly, these, generational stories that are told. But I do remember thinking as I was sitting there that, oh, but like we know that already. Like, oh, what are you talking about? Kind of. It's like, this doesn't feel that revelatory. Like, of course, like we know our ancestors' stories. They're like held in our bodies. And yeah, it just was kind of like a weird moment for me. But I think too that for me, my work has been a lot about kind of like trying to tap into that in some way, I guess, like as someone I think who has, a lot of health problems, chronic illness, I feel like maybe like a coping strategy sometimes is to like just like disassociate from my body, to like just kind of remove myself from it. And so my work tries to, come back to that like embodied practice and remember the connection that I have to the land and how that is so deeply, intimately connected to my body and my health. And yeah, I think about, just my body's so sensitive. she's so sensitive. When there's forest fires and then my asthma acts up and I can't breathe and I can't go outside and, like I can't have Bannock because, celiac disease, and that would, all my cilia flush off and everything, and just there's so many things that I feel like my body is remembering maybe a different world, and so trying to think about that, a new world potentially for the future that my body could live within in a good way.
Thank you so much. And now, last but not least, Dusty. There's a powerful and poetic storytelling present throughout the amazing arc of your career, in all of your more personal endeavors and for your vast diversity of clients. I wonder if you could speak to whose shoulders you're standing on, who inspired you to become you?
Well, I started off as a Hanson kid. It was like the 70s, so it was all over the screen. We had Sesame Street, we had the Muppets, and then we got Fraggle Rock, we had Labyrinth, I could keep going. Plus all the other content we had that was puppet-oriented at the time, like Mr. Dress-Up. We had the Buckshot Show, which came out of Calgary. So it was just puppets, puppets, puppets. So I kind of knew where I was going. And then, of course, we had the Fisher-Price Muppets ones, so we would redo Beverly Hills 90210 into Barfly Hills 90210. Miss Piggy gave birth to a rabbit. That was a scene. So eventually I got out of Fernie and went off to Calgary, and I think I saw Muriel Miguel from Spider-Woman Theatre in the first Aboriginal opera called Bones. And my friend took me, and he knew her from storytelling workshops, and I was like, "You're a white guy, why are you going to a native storytelling workshop?" He's like, "Oh, we're old friends." And I'm one of the group, so he introduced me to her, and I was just like, wow, this woman is amazing. And I think that's when I first started, I guess, coming into being interested in gravitating towards my culture. And then I just started with little company here and there and everywhere, sort of mentored me as this weird little energetic, probably annoying thing. But I would show up and I would be caffeinated and I would do whatever you told me to do. So I just kept doing that over and over, and then eventually I went to Aboriginal Film and Television, and I was hugely inspired by Loretta Todd. She taught us producing, as well as some other classes, but I was just absolutely in awe with her and the way she came in with all of her energy and her ideas, but also just the ability to just do it, just go for it, and she gave you a lot of bravery in that aspect. And then eventually I got to work on her with 2 of her shows, which was fantastic. Or was it 3? Life is a blur sometimes. But I think I owe it a lot to a lot of the matriarchs through my life, and yeah, and now I think it's more important for me to start actually being someone who mentors a mentee. And so I think my initiative now is going to be getting more First Nations puppeteers, because we have a huge lack, so there is an opening. And so hopefully I can do for some younger people what they did for me.
So Leah, I'm wondering how we're doing for time. It's lunch. So I hope you don't mind that we don't have a Q&A. I know that everyone's hungry. We want to be able to have a good, fulsome lunch. So I encourage you to go up to these fine folks and interrogate them and find out more about their careers and their aspirations. And in closing, I'd like to thank these artists who I believe are involved in the business of world building. They're creating new worlds that wrench us from the shackles of identification with a dominant world of influence and define us through systems of knowledge, and ways of being and walking in the world. And they do so by honoring our lineages, and they bring forward an ethics of kinship, relationality, and respect for a pluriverse of knowledges. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much, the panelists and our fabulous moderator. That was so engaging. Haidzaka. That was so fabulous. And it's lunch. Yes, it's time for lunch. So lunch is upstairs, again, outside of the Aboriginal gathering place, and you can view the art exhibit there. Again, remember, we've got booths around, we've got t-shirts, we've got merch. Next panel, 1:30 to 2:30, frame by frame, navigating autonomy as independent storytellers, right back here in the theater. And a couple of workshops, lights, camera, puppet, hand and rod puppetry for the screen with Dusty here, 1:30 to 4 at the IMS studio. And we've got VR Jam, VR modeling workshop, 1:30 to 3:30, in room C 1 to 60, with Casey Cozen and Harlan Bertrand. And the VR exhibit is happening in room D1390. Okay, thank you so much again to our fabulous panelists. And great lunch. delicious lunch, yeah? Yeah, so happy that we're all gathered again. Thank you so much. Again, my name is Paulina Sparrow from the Hmong Nation. And thank you for being here for panel number 7. Just quickly to let you know, we've got some workshops going on. Lights, camera, puppet, hand and rod puppetry for the screen. Right now that's going on in the IMS studio. And the VR Jam, VR modeling workshop, is in room C1260. Okay, without further ado, let's invite our panelists and our moderators a moderator on stage, and then one by one I'll go through their bios and give a nice introduction. So come on up and come over to your seats, get settled in. Thank you so much. So this panel, so excited about this. Like every single panel is just, I'm just like engaged moment to moment, and then it's like we're wrapping up and I'm like rushing on stage and being like, okay, now I gotta talk. This is just like so inspiring for me to be able to host you all here. So this is called Frame by Frame, Navigating Autonomy as Independent Storytellers. Become emboldened to tell your story through this talk featuring artists who uncompromisingly tell their truths through film, animation, and stop motion. These storytellers will muse on their methods in materializing their stories, the ways their mediums convey their intent, and the importance of autonomy in storytelling. So heads up for you all being here. We have Dennis Jackson. If you just like raise your hand so we know who you are. Yes. Yeah, we already had that applause moment. Dennis Jackson began his career in elementary school watching 16mm prints of animation on Aboriginal creation tales. Mr. Jackson remembers sitting at the back of the class with the projector as the teacher explained the process of animation with the individual frames. Since his introduction, he has excelled in writing stories about his Cree ancestry and is a proud member of the Peter Ballantine Cree Nation in North Saskatchewan. In 1998, Mr. Jackson attained his Bachelor of Fine Arts degree in film and video production at the University of Regina. Mr. Jackson then went on to write, produce, and direct a 1-hour stop-motion animated special entitled Christmas at Walpole's Bay, which premiered as an official selection of the 2002 Sundance Film Festival in Park City, Utah. Drawing from his success, the company continued to produce stop-motion children's animation with Walpole's Bay the series. The animated series has since garnered 13 Gemmy nominations in its 34-episode run. He has proudly received the 2009 National Aboriginal Achievement Award for the Arts, and currently Dennis has created an exciting new children's series entitled Chums, and is now in its 3rd season. So welcome to as a panelist this afternoon. Hi, Chuck. Next we have Chris Octor. Yeah, there we go, Chris. Thank you. Award-winning. Yeah, sure. Let's just bring on the claps. Award-winning director Christopher Octor grew up exploring the beaches and forests of Haida Gwaii. And his art is rooted in the land and stories of the Haida people. His art practice is fueled by his close connection to the natural environment, his adventures in forestry and commercial fishing. I hear ya, been on the boat my whole life. And by the colorful people with whom he has lived and worked. From early on, he recorded his feelings and impressions as images, and today his filmmaking serves the same function. Hajka for being here. Thank you so much. Yes, next up we have Deanna Partridge David. There we go. Hello. Deanna is a storyteller and a stop-motion animator and director. She graduated with her BFA from Emily Carr University of Art and Design in 2000. Her animator and animation director credits include many award-winning children's TV series, as well as a music video and many short films. The latest of those was Amanda Strong's ICWO for When the Starving Return. She's currently working as a creative producer and director on a new web series for Kids Max Velocity for Akana Studios. Her most recent creative nonfiction essay publication was in Room magazine. She lives on the unceded territory of the Coquitlam First Nation in the suburbs of what is now known as Vancouver, BC, with her husband and 2 children. So welcome, Kaichka. And here we go, Pamela. Pamela Post is an award-winning radio, TV, and film storyteller, creative writer, journalist, broadcaster, and educator based in Vancouver. She is Shimshan, a German-Canadian, yes, and well known as a news reporter and documentarian with the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, who is taught in the faculties of journalism at Langara College, Kwantlen Polytechnic University, and lectures on journalism, Indigenous misrepresentation in media, and documentary making at universities and organizations globally. In collaboration with Amanda Strong and Spotted Fawn Productions, Pamela is currently producing a short animated film inspired by one of the many stories his Shimshan father told her of growing up on the Skeena River in the early 20th century. She recently produced her latest one-hour network documentary, A Tale of Two Mekatlas by Matriarchs, The Missionaries, and Me for CBC's Radio Ideas in 2003, which was preceded by her earlier Ideas documentary, Pasiaggio, in 2021, a moving story of transition, identity, and love that followed her son's gender transition through a mother-son musical and Indigenous lens. Pamela has a long career as a CBC news reporter, winning major awards and fellowships for often social justice-themed reporting. Audio storytelling is a great passion of hers, whether it's telling stories of Indigenous language, loss and revitalization, missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people, gender discrimination and sexual harassment against women in firefighting, investigating organ transplant scandals, or covering the national event of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in Vancouver. Pamela loves to spin audio yarns into gold. She's also a creative writer, having written an opera, libretto, and art songs. These bios, I tell you, you're all so incredible. She has strong connections to her family's traditions, and has worked with the youth in the K-12 band, the school and the band, on a podcast short film project on Two-Spirit LGBTQ+ themes, as well as strong ties to Shimshan village, where she has family. She's a learner of the language. Her grandmother spoke fluently, but surreptitiously for fear of punishment. She is a mother to Asher, her talented transgender Two-Spirit son, and Pamela is gifted the name Cloudberry Woman to wear by the Shimshan Tribal Association in Ketchikan in a formal naming ceremony in 2023. So we have some incredible panelists here for you to share their knowledge with you. And last but not least, we have our fantastic moderator, Lindsay McIntyre, is a filmmaker and artist of Inuit descent who works primarily with analog film, exploring place-based knowledge, portraiture, and personal histories. She employs process cinema techniques, material and celluloid manipulation, and handmade emulsion to her autoethnographic explorations, which often extend to expanded cinema performances. Her recent short drama, The South Wind, won the Best Live Action Short Award at Imaginative and qualified for an Academy Award. Woo! Her current project, Her current project, Tuk Tuit, is an experimental documentary that considers the intricate interconnection between caribou, lichen, Inuit, and habitat disruption. After more than 40 short films, she is developing her first feature, The Words We Can't Speak, which won the Women in the Director's Chair Feature Film Award, worth $250K, and tells the story of her maternal grandmother's departure from Nunavut in 1938. She's a fellow of the Sundance Institute 2024, Forge Projects 2024, and Cousin Collective 2021, and has been part of several artist-run film labs and collective, including IRIS, Double Negative, EMO, and an international consortium of emotioneers. She's an associate professor of film and screen arts at Emily Carr University of Art and Design on the unceded Coast Salish territory right here. So, Haizepka for you all being here. Thank you so much for our panelists and our moderator. Take it away.
Thank you. Well, welcome everybody. Thank you so much. I'm really honored to be up here on stage with all of you fantastic creators. So our panel today is titled Frame by Frame, Navigating Autonomy as Independent Storytellers. And so I was hoping we could talk a little bit about some of the, your journey to getting to where you are and the kind of work that you make. Also talking maybe about materializing your stories, talking about authenticity and autonomy in storytelling, and maybe some other things as we go along. But I'm hoping to make this as conversational as possible. So please, jump in at any point while we're all. It's just a conversation here. And I know, or at least I think, we have media for many of our panelists. So I'm gonna hit these buttons and see if they do something. But we also have we have some puppets here. Do you wanna start before I try and figure out the system, and we'll pass it on to Dennis so he can show us what he brought for us.
Yes, this is a puppet from Wampus Bay that we did stop motion with. It's a wire armature, and I haven't taken this out for about 15 years, so it's really stiff. And yeah, it's really tight, but it still works. And even there's wires in each finger too to animate. Like if you did a wave like that, you could do that. And this is the grandfather character, which is Mushum in Cree. And all his grandkids called him Mushum, of course. And we produced Wampus Bay from 2007 to 2010. 33 half-hour episodes.
Wow.
And we did it in English and Cree. And after, there was an Tuk version as well.
All right. Nice. And you made Mushum? You made that yourself? Or was it a team of people?
A team,
yeah.
A team of people, yeah.
Yeah, it's really incredible. And it's actually one of the things I want to maybe talk about eventually is that, that team of people and all the people that it takes, the vision that it takes to create the kind of work that you guys do in animation. So that's beautiful. So you've been talking about him 15 years. Right?
Yeah, he's been put away, yeah. But the wire is still good to animate with. If it was windy, you just move it like that.
So much fun, oh my God. Incredible. Okay.
He is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Dennis, you also do some 3D animation, right? We saw your film on Friday night, Chums.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm directing Chums, which is a preschool show. Ryan Gosling.
Yeah. Everybody remembers that.
Do you do things differently with your armatures now? Like, have you brought further, is there something that you know now that you would do different with the armatures, or you would make it exactly like this?
It would be the same, yeah. Yeah, same materials. Yeah. We probably put in different, like right now it has a socket on a shoulder, so that if the wire breaks, you just unscrew it from the shoulder, take it out. But if the wire broke in the wrist, I would get one in the elbow as well. So yeah, I would just add more joints, well, positions with the screw that you can just take the front arm off and replace it.
Wow.
Incredible. Thank you for bringing Mushum and sharing with us.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to see if this works. Let's see what we have up next. It looks like you're up, Chris. So we have basically, for our other three panels, we have a short piece of media. It might be a minute and a half to maybe 3 minutes each. So maybe I'll get you, Chris, to contextualize a little bit what we're going to see. And,
Sure. Sure, yeah, so this clip we're about to see is from is my director debut, if you want to say it, with animation. I made this short film called The Mountain of Skana, and the scene you're about to see is Kuga Koon's, the love of her life, Nana Simget, got stolen away by a two-fin killer whale woman, and Kuga Koon's has been, Mouse Woman came to her and told her kind of where she could find Nana Simget. She's got to look for a kelp with two heads, and I'm going to send you Good for Nothing Martin and Hummingbird. Hummingbird to go scout out ahead of your canoe, and Good for Nothing Martin to try to sniff out the whale's bad breath. And but it was raining really hard, and neither Good for Nothing Martin or Hummingbird were having a good time. They were grumpy, and Kuga Koon sees this, and Mouse Woman's watching too, and Kuga Koon thinks, and she decides she's going to sing a lullaby song that a mother might sing to a child to ease them or to make them feel good, and so that's what she does to try to get them to enjoy and kind of be on her side to help her. So that's the scene you're about to see.
Okay, here we go. I hope.
No, it's not the scene you're about to see.
No.
This is Skipper.
Okay, hold on. How do I stop this? Okay.
Yeah, so this is the opening of the film. This is Skipper, modern day Haida fisherman, but he's kind of distracted. He's not really connecting to anything. He's just on his phone. He doesn't see the hummingbird coming to try to get his attention. So this is the moment where Mouse Woman comes to him, and she's going to tell him this story of Nana Simget and Kuga Koon's. And this kind of brings him on a path to kind of reconnection, really. But this is the opening. Yeah, so she weaves the story on this blanket that she makes, and that's how the kind of story unfolds. But Mouse Woman's a storyteller of this, and it's about connecting with our culture and I guess our past. But yeah.
Okay, thank you. And next up is going to be Diana. So maybe I'll just check to see what it is.
That's your
It's the real, okay. So. Oh, maybe not.
So this is just a demo reel. I had, I don't know, about 24 hours to throw it together. I was a very hastily assembled demo reel with clips I had on my phone. Because I haven't had to make a demo reel in many years. Been very lucky so far. My work has just gone from production to production, and I've been in
invited to a new one as one is ending, so I didn't have a real handy, but I threw this together last minute just to show some samples of my work.
Okay, thanks. That's a piece of media. Is that look at me on the other side?
This clip that we're looking at was from Scout and the Gumboot Kids, a series for the CBC that I worked on for Imagine Create Media.
Okay, thanks. There we go. But I think we need it on the big screen. Oh.
Well, I'm very happy you caught this hulking halibut feeder.
Thank you for giving them heck and waiting for me to come back to life.
What the hell?
I know you, kiddo. Wait here till we need back. Starla, you good to chill here?
We find something next.
You'll come back? Not going anywhere. Right now, I have to solve our mystery.
You're a hell.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. We'll just get back to our presentation. Okay, so Pamela, let's see what this is. This is the script that you sent me here, so. Yeah. Oh, I think your mic might not be on.
This is just a prop. You return that to the props department later. Test, test, test. This is the broadcaster in me. I hope you can all hear me. As our wonderful host mentioned, I'm a student of the Tsimshian language, Simaliach, that my grandmother spoke fluently but surreptitiously for fear of punishment. So bear with me. I'm a little rusty. Golgam Hanaach Duwayu. Gam Siwamach Pamela Post. Tsimshianu, Ada German Canadian. John Post, Wanadi Nagwadu. Gispudwara Diptech. What get some gatum. So I said, I introduced myself. My Tsimshian name is Cloudberry Woman. My English name is Pamela Post. My father was John Post. He was from the Killer Whale clan of the village of Kitsum Kalam. And so my background is from journalism and documentary making, a longtime CBC News reporter, and still a regular contributor to CBC Radio Network, especially radio programs. I love audio, though I've worked for the CBC in television and film as well. But I love audio. I think it really, especially when I started making long-form radio documentaries, which the most recent of which was mentioned was in 2023 for the program CBC Ideas. And it was a 1 hour long audio documentary about the last 3 generations of my Tsimshian family, which was a passion project, obviously, and I wanted to do it in such a good way and to reframe the narrative that is throughout all of the history books and so much of the media around the stories of the Tsimshian that were told through the eyes of anthropologists and missionaries and non-Indigenous people. And and I'm here today because for the past 3-4 years, I have been working on a short stop-motion animated film project based on one of my father's many stories that I grew up with of growing up Tsimshian on the Skeena River. And I'm so thrilled when I started developing the story during the scary early days of the pandemic lockdown in 2020, when I sort of turned away from the kind of competing apocalypses that were going on outside our windows and that we were getting through the news, and the isolation and the fear of the unknown that was going on, to sort of an inner world. My parents are no longer with us in this plane, but I miss them in this scary time, and so I kind of went into my dad's stories, and that's where the idea for the film Soul Catcher was born, and I applied and got my first small First Peoples Cultural Council grant to develop it, which then went on to successful Canada Council, the Indigenous stream, creating, knowing, and sharing grants, support from the ISO, the Indigenous Screen Office, and the Shuttle Rocket Fund, and Amanda Strong, who I didn't know, but I admired her work, and I really saw the story that this little clip will set up, because the film is still in pre-production. But I saw the story, like I originally imagined some of the stories that I grew up with, that my dad told me about in VR, in virtual reality, because I just so wanted to inhabit and understand and imagine Tsimshian cultures and communities and worldviews and ways pre-contact. And that's a tall order, given, colonization did its dirty work. And it's hard, but I started to see it, and I thought of these ways. And then when I was putting the idea together during the pandemic lockdown for this film, I thought of Amanda's work, and I thought there was something about stop motion, 3D animation, the puppets, the sculptural nature that was very Tsimshian, I thought, especially because the totem pole is the basis of this story, and I think there's something about stop motion animation, and from the time I was a child, we were talking about it as we were writing, going back to the 1960s Rudolph, Christmas show that continues to be a classic to today, to stop motion, more sophisticated stop motion animation. I've always felt like it's like jumping into, like a chalk picture, and you're in that world. So I was so thrilled that what started out with a mentorship from Amanda turned into a collaboration to be co-directors of the film. And I'm just incredibly grateful for it. So what I just put together for this panel, so I took just a short snippet of audio from that CBC Ideas radio documentary that sets up the origin of the story, and then I just mixed together some of the early concept art by the very talented Maya McKibben for Soul Catcher, and so here it is.
Thank you.
My dad was more the age of a grandfather to me, and because of that, He was a rare and precious time machine into the past, and the stories he told me of my matriarchs, all of whom, with the exception of his youngest sister, my Auntie Fran, had died long before I was born.
I remember a missionary preacher, an old guy who taught us Sunday school one year, told us that the totem poles were made by the devil, that they were the devil's picture. I remember throwing a totem pole into the Skeena River with some other kids because this old missionary and evangelical told us to, because the devil made them. We were drowning the devil's picture.
Well, that looks like it's going to be very exciting. I can't wait to see it. It's being developed over the next year or so, the Soul Catcher. I'm very excited to see it. It's going to be developed over the next year or so, or?
When will it be?
Yeah.
When will we be able to say? Well, one of the great teachings I've learned, I've moved to love what I call slow journalism, making long form documentaries that could take me a couple of, like when the doc I did for CBC Ideas about my son's gender transition in 2021, Passaggio was the name of it. You can check out my SoundCloud page, or they're all still available on CBC sites as well. Was done over 2 years as he was going through his chemical and surgical transition. It took a long time. And then mixing a 1-hour radio documentary is also a mammoth long undertaking. And so to answer your question, one thing I've written so many times now in our grant applications for the film Soul Catcher is, and Amanda Strong can obviously speak more knowledgeably to this, but stop motion animation is one of the most time-consuming, exacting, and slow processes. So, we hope to have a film in the next 2 years for everybody to see, and so that's been one of the great learnings is the having to go with the rhythm of funding cycles, and sometimes having to say, okay, maybe now we're looking at a shorter film and that kind of thing. So we're a little bit at the mercy of getting our production funds, but we have been so successful. And it will come in its own time.
Thanks. So believe it or not, we're actually running out of time. So I'm gonna try and still get a couple questions in here. But I'll come back to Dennis, if that's okay. We'll move through. I'm interested if you can speak very briefly about your journey making personal film in the realm in which you work, and maybe there's a mic for you there. And maybe a little bit about how maybe the mediums that you work in help to convey the kinds of stories that you're trying to tell.
Well, I chose stop motion to really engage kids to watch the show. It was an animation, and 2D animation, like I can't draw worth so I chose stop motion for that reason, and wrote the stories in a way that kids would understand the story, but put in the humor so that their parents and grandparents can co-watch it with it.
Definitely.
And so that was my intention. When I wrote a short story about my grandfather in high school called Journey Through Fear. And my English teacher said, well, before I wrote it, she said, write what you know, because at the time I was writing science fiction. And my favorite movie was Star Wars, and I loved writing science fiction. But she said, write what you know. And at the time I was going up north with my mom and spending every summer up there with my relatives. And so that's how Walker's Bay came to be. That short story turned into my final university film school stop motion short. And that I entered in a contest and it won. 6-minute short, and I got to go to Banff. In film school, they don't teach you how to raise funds. They teach you how to make films, and Banff was my eye-opening experience on funding for your projects, and how to get funding, and how to be a producer. And so that's where I learned hands-on, and I'm so grateful for that first award that I got.
Incredible, it's a good story. And to hear that you started when you were in elementary school and stop motion, just to hear that kind of journey. And I mean, it's another piece I kind of wanted to talk about, which is the challenges of holding on to narrative sovereignty or authenticity in storytelling when you have to go to funders and pitch your idea, and other people have their sort of like fingers in what you're doing. But maybe I'll get you to pass that mic back to Deanna and see if you don't mind answering the same question.
Sorry, so the question is about
It's about your journey making personal work within the realm within which you work, and why maybe those particular mediums that you work in are appropriate for those storytelling forms, like how you use the particular forms of animation or media, if that's relevant, to tell the stories that you're telling.
Sure. Well, I mostly work as a stop motion animator or animation director, and I love it. Drawing is also not my strength. And I love acting, but I don't love being in front of a camera. I prefer to be behind a camera. So for me, stop motion is, it's a performance, but it's also one I could do by myself in a dark room, which I like. And for the storytelling, I'm a people watcher. I love all the things that are revealed in like a subtle gesture or like the nuances of just human movement. And so for me, there's the story that you're telling, and then there's also the fun of the performance of getting to animate and translate and share information through the movement of the character as well, and the humor that you can add is one of my favorite parts. So, and then when you have complete control over every frame, like people say, oh, you're a stop motion animator, you must have so much patience, and it's like raising kids takes patience. Like this, I get to control everything, like every little blink, I'm in charge of everything, and for me, that is fun as far as autonomy and how a story is told. You get to be the actor and director kind of in the scene. And I'm often telling other people's stories too. So I worked for Amanda Strong. The latest film that we completed was Inkwell for When the Starving Return, which hopefully some of you got to see. And so in that case, Amanda was directing it, but it's a story by Richard Van Camp, and based on stories passed to him from his elders. And so in that case, it was more of a shepherding a story for someone else and protecting the integrity of that story and that culture. When there is like sort of often outside pressure and temptation to make it conform to a more settler expected, I guess, way of telling a story. And so, you know, in that role, we were, I was defending, you know, with a crew of many, making sure that we just held the integrity of that story as it was shared with us, and the culture as it was shared with us through the advisors that were working on that. I think I answered your question.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, whether it's, you know, your own family or your own community and like stories you're protecting, or if you're being, you know, asked and, you know, hold that honorable space of protecting someone else's stories, it's all still, you know, in that realm of, you know.
Something I should add too is my current project is it's called Max Velocity, and we're making it for Arcana Studios, and it's based on a book that my husband wrote, a comic book, and it's very personal because it's about the main character in it is autistic, as is our son, and so for that's like, again, my husband wrote it, so it's not technically my story, but you know, I am, as a creative producer on that show and as a director on that show, really trying to thoughtfully and carefully represent the autistic community in a way that is affirming and positive, because so many people hijack that narrative about us. I also identify as autistic myself, although I don't have a formal diagnosis. Having everyone in your family get a diagnosis helps you identify that. So anyway, that's just another, that's a different medium for me. That one's done in a digital 3D format, but the storytelling is essentially the same idea. It's just a different
I like that personal, that's a really important perspective. Thank you. Chris?
Yeah, so I guess my kind of leap into why I wanted to do animation was, simplest reason is I wanted to become a really good drawer. And traditional animation was drawing on paper. That I thought, oh, I'm going to become the greatest drawer I can be, you know. But when I was growing up and I was having these thoughts, I could never draw the same person or the same figure twice in my sketchbook. I was like, it takes so long to draw the character and not perfect, and then it's like to think, oh, now you got to do this over and over again. That was beyond. So I guess a little bit of bravery, I guess, going into animation, and then teachers like Martin Rose here at Emily Carr like teach you don't be too precious with each drawing, because you might have to throw that one out because it's not working for the motion. So these different ways of thinking and stuff like that, and that continues when you're storyboarding as well. Don't be too precious with the drawings, because you got to be quick, because you might change your mind in terms of how the flow of the story's working. You might have to throw away that beautiful drawing you think you quickly rendered with nice lighting and stuff like that. So yeah, it was just kind of as simple as that. The idea of what kind of storyteller I wanted to be was much harder. It took a long time for me to realize that I wanted to focus on our traditional stories. When I came out of Emily Carr in 2002, it was changing from like hand-drawn stuff to computer animation. So, and my first break, I guess you want to say, came from Marilyn Trenko, one of my teachers here at Emily Carr. She was making a film with the NFB, and she brought me in through this filmmaker, Daniel Janke, and it was a Tlingit story on how people got fired. And I ended up doing this film in charcoal on paper. Geez, I got down another road, and I'm trying to figure out why I was telling you that story. And I can't remember.
Just kind of like why you use those mediums to tell your stories, but...
Yeah, oh, right, okay, it's that. So I was working on this project, and there was this long-time producer at the National Film Board of Canada, Eric Erickson. He'd spent his whole career in animation and NFB. Well, not his whole career, he was camera operator before, but in terms of producer. And this was his last project. And he said, like, I'm retiring. Chris, is there a project you want me to get through for you to like champion, to get through, to get funding? And I didn't know the storyteller I wanted to be. I didn't have a story ready, so I couldn't jump on it. So I had to let that go. And it took me years, like like more than a decade before I finally got that second chance with Shirley Vera Cruzy at the National Film Board to do them out in Wisconsin. But hey, I needed that time to marinate and to become a storyteller.
What a gift to even know that that option was there, and then you could kind of hold on to that and work towards it, you know, and then, you know, get there yourself.
Exactly.
So, yeah. I've been told we have very, very, very few minutes left, so I'm going to get you to ask this as well, Pamela, but then I also want to open it up to the audience to ask hopefully at least one question. So, do you mind like a short answer to the same thing? Do you remember the question? Want me to repeat it?
Was it about cultural protocols, or?
It's about telling personal stories, like, and why you might use this medium, the medium, and you can maybe speak more to, you know, radio documentary maybe, since this is your first animation, but why this medium to tell these kinds of stories and your experience telling personal stories, but we just have like maybe 2 minutes left.
I'll just say something about telling personal stories, because I come from, you know, training sort of through the Western system of, you know, objectivity in journalism and all this sort of stuff. So it actually starting to talk about put myself in stories was a real counterpoint to my training, but moving into documentary, I felt more and more comfortable doing that. And I believe that our Indigenous stories, like of our family stories and what we have, especially if we're, those of us who are sort of in cultural reclamation mode, come to us in fragments. And just because they come in fragments doesn't mean you shouldn't follow those gossamer threads and try and reweave a cultural tapestry from them. And it took me a long time and encouragement by elders and knowledge keepers from the Symposium cultures and villages and nation to encourage me that really it wasn't that long ago, and to do deep dives into the archives and with elders and knowledge keepers, and that it's actually my cultural obligation to honor the witnessing of my family's stories and share them in our tradition, and to honor and celebrate Symposium worldviews and ways. And so I just want to put that out there as an encouragement for everyone to do as I was encouraged to do. And that's what's brought me as far as I am now in storytelling, which is beyond anything I could have imagined in terms of telling my family and cultural stories.
That's really beautiful. Thank you, Pamela. I really believe that also, you know, that as a storyteller or as a person who has a voice that sometimes people listen to, that it's my responsibility to carry forward those stories as well, and to share what knowledge I have. And, you know, I think that that's something that all of us as Indigenous creators, you know, sitting up here, and there are probably many of the people at this event as well, are, you know, hold within them that it's like there's this tremendous responsibility that comes with what we do and telling the stories that we do, and working in this realm that is such an important component of it all. It's not just, you know, it's not just a job. We're not just like, you know, telling some story. It's these stories come from somewhere and they mean something, and they are really important to safeguard in the way that you know, that you are all putting them out there in the world. And I want to thank you for that incredible work that you do. I know we're like a little bit over time, but I just want to see if there is maybe one question from the audience that I saw a hand move right there really quickly. Yeah.
I have a microphone.
This is for Dennis Jackson. Where is your character from Saskatchewan? Where's Watchus Bay?
Wapus Bay, Wapus in Cree means rabbit. Northern Saskatchewan, my mom's family came from Sandy Bay, Saskatchewan, and it's a little community that it's all together. It's not a spread out reserve, And on the outskirts, there's a little community that they call Wapu's Bay, a suburb of Sandy Bay. So that's where I got that from. Yeah.
Is it on Pelican Narrows?
It's north of Pelican Narrows, yes.
I'm from Saskatchewan, so thank you.
Okay. Are we completely out of time? We have 1 minute? Oh, one question. Okay, let's see if there's one more question from the audience. Anybody? Because I have, if not, I have a, okay, good. There's one here. We can run for it.
I can also project. Thank you for being here. I had the pleasure on Friday night to also attend to see the opening shorts, and I saw a mountain of Skana. And I am learning more of things that are not known to me. So, but I felt like I was able to maybe see the form line art in the frames, the way you've broken up the frames. Could you talk about that? I felt like it worked really well for the storytelling, and if it was informed by the form line art.
Which one? This one? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so the height of form line, I mean, it was a bit of a risk, like, and I had people telling me, you can't do multi-frame panels with action, the audience isn't going to know where to look and stuff, and I said, no, I know I could draw the eye. I could draw the eye with motion and stuff like that. And it was a very, like, I think the film could have been a feature, like or at least a lot longer than it was, but I had 10 minutes and I had to make the most of it. Actually, I had 5 minutes, and then they finally said, okay, you can't do it in 5 minutes, you got 10, no more, no second over. So I had a lot to fit in, and I thought using multi-frame was a way I could kind of get a little bit more information in a condensed time period. So that's one of the reasons. Also, it was a way, because I wasn't using voice. It was a way to keep Mouse Woman as the storyteller alive. Like in some of those panels, like where Cougar Coon sings a lullaby to Good for Nothing Martin and Hummingbird, it's Mouse Woman's face just kind of sideways, and she actually smiles when she sees that they're having a good time. But Mouse Woman, if you see in each of those panels, she's in there somewhere kind of looking at the scenes, and they were also a way to kind of give Skipper that, like, he gets multi-panels, but they're just straight lines and stuff like that. And it's not until he literally takes the boat off autopilot, so he's taking himself off autopilot, and he's engaging, and he's going to get in the way of this killer whale, that you see in the very next scene, he is surrounded by the Haida designs as well. He's connecting to the culture. He's part of the culture now. He's not a bystander. So that's kind of what, yeah, those are some reasons why I went with that. Yeah. Thank you for the question.
Beautiful. Thank you. Okay, I think we better wrap it up. So thank you all so much for being here and for your, your wisdom and your work and your care and all of the stories that you tell. It's a real honor to share the stage with you. Thank you.
An inspiring panel session. Thank you to our panelists and our moderator. Yes. Up next, we have Breaking In, Demystifying Careers in Indigenous Media coming up at 3 o'clock, and I will be your moderator. So hope to see you there. Thank you so much. Wonderful job, everyone. Thank you.
Scratch animation. And I was really
I know. It wasn't working. Check to see my voice.
One of her shorts.
But I was mostly seeing people playing with film, actual film, like
Yeah, that was film. Yeah.
yeah. I saw her work at a festival here in Vancouver one time.
Yeah.
And she talked about the process when she did some classes.
Yeah.
But she was very good.
I know. Someone probably has
Yeah. But I took a workshop with her at Saw. Yeah, and it was scratch. Like I started I didn't bring it with me on the trip. I should bring it. From back then. I started doing that. I mean, it's painstaking, right?
Oh yeah, I'd say just ask it when they're back with it.
Okay. Exactly. Oh. Yep.
And then
Okay.
I know it's like I got like multiple tabs.
Oh my god.
All right, hang on.
No, our process was literally scratching together and then just showing it on the projector, like really rudimentary. Yeah. So we filmed it.
10 different things now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's brilliant. Yeah. Well, I think the whole idea behind learning that one was learning how to use the bullets. It was 8 mil, and it was old, right? And so I was so excited to get my hand on it, and then processing the work. So we did the from shooting it to processing the film, waiting, and then and so I still have it. It's like a little reel, but I don't really. It was her that I'm just remembering now. It was her that was doing the skinny one. Yeah. It was very. And I know they did a lot of work. I think mine was about a spirit. I always. And I mean, mine is very short, and so maybe a minute and a half was so quick. Yeah. Oh, nice. So we get that next perfect.
And then they could kind of a little bit stated in the background of the credits, so you could see it. Yeah, down there.
Oh, brilliant. This is the next channel. So this is Princess, Alina, Luann, and Lindsay again.
That's yeah, the mic's
Oh, I love it.
And then, you know, ground projects, touch it, move it around.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
and when you touch it, move it, it breaks into the story.
Oh, yes. You build dreams.
That's fantastic. And that's what I'm talking about. So, okay, so one thing you build is 360.
Yeah.
So is it all landscape?
It's
more 360.
Yeah.
So then cutting them out. That was much easier than the other one.
Yeah.
The other one.
Okay.
That's okay.
Hi, everybody. You'll all repeat that after me. That's how you say hi in my language. Ready?
Hot squad.
Hot squad, somebody got it. Oh, yeah, you speak language. That's cheating.
A little bit. You didn't say I couldn't, so I don't
No, it was perfect. Good to see you, Auntie. So, as I said in my traditional Squamish language, my name is Kai George, my traditional name is Halia. I'm from Tulalip in Tsleil-Waututh. And I speak the Squamish language because that's the language that I learned, and that's the language that my grandma, she grew up speaking before she went to residential school. So I found that learning that has really connected me back to her and back to my ancestors. And there's even moments where she's like, oh, I don't remember, I don't know what you're saying. And then I'll like think about maybe a way she heard it as a child, and I'll be like, oh, Mechuch ATD. She's like, oh, that means come here. And I'm like, oh, it was such a heartwarming experience. And a little more about me. I mentioned on Friday night I was a climate activist for many, many years, since I was about 12 years old. I've been fighting for our inlet for over half of my life. And that's been really rooted in my connection to the water and connection to this place. And it's a very, very special place that we're on. It's my favorite place in the world. My traditional homelands of what we now call Vancouver. But this place has many, many stories, many teachings, and a long, long history. And I currently study linguistics and psychology at SFU, but I also make films full time. And I recently directed a short film, or actually it's been a while now, it's been a few years, called Our Grandmother the Inlet. Then I recently directed an orca documentary series funded by National Geographic. And yeah, it's amazing being here too, because we're in the process of looking for an animator, and I have so much respect for animators. After looking into the process of it, I'm so overwhelmed with the hard work that goes into it, and I just have this newfound respect that I always have had for the arts, but now it's even deeper. And especially after reading some of these bios for our next panel that we have, it's called Demystifying Careers in Indigenous Media, which is exactly what I needed. I don't know about y'all. Are you an emerging artist wanting to know how to break into the media sector? Then you want to hear from these guest speakers who are where you want to be. In this more responsive talk model, panelists will share their experiences working in media and collaborate with audience members to answer their burning questions in pursuing a career in arts, media, and entertainment. Our panelists include Princess Desiree Johnson. She's an Emmy-nominated writer and producer. She's also an actor, director, and has served on the SAG-AFTRA Native American Committee since 2007, and was appointed by President Obama in 2015 to serve on the Board of Trustees for the Institute of American Indian Arts. She's a Sundance Film alum and former creative producer of the Emmy-winning and Peabody Award-winning PBS Kids series, Molly of Denali. She has written and directed several short films, including We Will Walk the Trail of Our Ancestors and Gath and Kia Listen to Heal, featuring Yo-Yo Ma, which has screened in over 25 film festivals worldwide. She's a producer on HBO's 4th season of True Detective and is in development for her first feature, Two Old Women, based on the book by Velma Wallace. Wow. Our next panelist is Lena Minifi. Lena is a Vancouver-based film and television producer. Her work includes co-directing The Good Canadian, producing Bones of Crows, Lily Gladstone, Far Out There, and British Columbia, Untold History. An award-winning series producer, Lena has led impact campaigns for Indian Horse, The Grizzlies, The New Corporation. She's a Real World Producer Program Fellow and a 2024 Trailblazer. Our next panelist is Luann Neal. Luann, again, I studied linguistics, but I have a hard, forgive me for my mispronunciations. What was that? Okay. It's from the Kwakwaka'wakw people and is both a practicing visual artist and arts administrator. In her life as a visual artist, Luann creates works in textile paintings, digital design, and is currently learning the art of wood carving and sculpture. As an arts administrator, Luann currently works with Creative BC as the program lead and program analysis for the Rogers Indigenous Film Fund grant program. And our next panelist is Lindsay McIntyre. Lindsay is a filmmaker and artist of Inuit descent who works primarily with analog film, exploring place-based knowledge, portraiture, and personal histories. She employs process cinema techniques, material and celluloid manipulation, and handmade emulsion to her autoethnographic explorations, which often extend to expand cinema performances. Her recent short, The South Wind, won the Best Live Action Short Award at the Imaginative and qualified for an Academy Award. Her current project, Tuktuk, is an experimental documentary that considers the intricate interconnection between caribou, lichen, Inuit, and habitat disruption. After more than 40 short films, she is developing her first feature, The Words We Can't Speak, which won the Women in Directors Chair Feature Film Award, and tells the story of her maternal grandmother's departure from Nunavut in 1938. She's a fellow of the Sundance Institute, Forge Projects, and Cousin Collective, and has been part of several artist-run film labs and collectives, including Iris Double Negative, EMO, and an international consortium of emulsioneers. She's an associate professor of film and screen arts at Emily Carr University and on the unceded territory of Coast Salish peoples. And the last but not least, my relative and our moderator today, Colimia Sparrow. Colimia is a multidisciplinary Indigenous artist from the Musqueam Nation. She's a writer, actor, director, performer, storyteller, host, and dramaturg. Though she works in various forms, much of Colimia's work centers Indigenous perspective, specifically her Musqueam knowledge and culture. Over the past 20 years, she's been disseminating Musqueam history, knowledge of place names, stories, and teachings. She represented the Musqueam Nation during the opening ceremonies of the 2010 Olympics and since then has continued to do welcomes on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. Colimia has worked across Canada as an actor, writer, and director for various theatre companies, including Bard on the Beach, Globe Theatre, WCT, and the Stratford Festival. Most recently directing and acting in Tartuk, an Indigenous misadventure of the Arts Club Theatre. Some of her favorite film and TV acting credits include Until Branches Bend, Motherland, Common Ground, Blackstone, and Da Vinci's Inquest. She's the host and protocol keeper for the Transform Cabaret and had the absolute pleasure of co-hosting with the fabulous Venus last fall. Colimia wrote and directed a narrative podcast called Almost Real by Necessary Tomorrows that you can listen to on Spotify. Almost Real is a speculative fiction about the first Indigenous AI. You can also listen to an interview on CBC Unreserved about Almost Real and Indigenous data sovereignty. Currently, she is completing an arts law fellowship focusing on data sovereignty, cultural intellectual property, and AI's role in Indigenous storytelling. She's been exploring decolonial narratives and the intersection of Indigenous culture and technologies. A highlight this year so far is giving the keynote speech for the Push Performing Arts Festival on Indigenous Futurism. And an upcoming project is a commission with the New World Theatre called Tumuk. And please give a warm welcome, a round of applause for
Thank you, Harshka, cousin. Thank you so much. I feel so weird sitting in this seat now. I've been wondering about this too. This is gorgeous. Thank you so much. So we are demystifying careers in Indigenous media. So this is going to be real conversational style. So we're all going to hang out, talk about our careers, how we got here, where we're going, and then hopefully, it's a lot breaking down all of these folks' incredible careers in a short amount of time. But I would just piece by piece get into it so that we can demystify it and see how you got to where you are. And, hopefully we can give some tidbits to emerging artists in the media sector. But also I just want to clarify as well, because you hear that I have a theater background. I've been doing that for 25 years, but I also, used to do a lot of film and TV. I went to film school right after theater school, and long story short, I ended up really following my career in theater because all the spaces were, I graduated in 2004 to give a little perspective as well too. There weren't these spaces that all of you folks broke down the barriers to get into now. And so my path just led me into oral storytelling and the stage. So I say this because I'm super excited about when we say emerging, who is emerging? Because we're so cross-disciplinary, and all of a sudden you find yourself at 50 years old and you're like, oh my God, maybe I'm an emerging filmmaker now. Oh my God, maybe I'm you said earlier, yes, you. Isa. I loved what you said as well too when you were talking about the forms and being a performance artist. I can totally relate to that. And then all of a sudden you're working with new technology and you're like, I want to learn more. So as Indigenous artists, that's who we are. We're multidisciplinary. So I want to get into a little bit of that too, and also just the tactile bits of what we can do. So we're going to jump right in. A little bit about how do I phrase this? Because we all get pulled into what we do in different ways. Maybe I will start with Lindsay, because I was really taken by you telling us all that you didn't go the traditional route as far as training. You're self-taught. So I want to hear a little bit about that process and what pulled you in that direction and kind of the courage to keep exploring. Because we're going to start from the beginnings and then open it up. Does that sound good?
Okay, that sounds good. I probably have the strangest journey into how I came to be who I am and what I do, because I was an artist living in New York in 1999, and I found a piece of film on the street. And I decided I would take it home. I was playing a game with a friend of mine. We were finding garbage, and we were building things with it. We were making collages or whatever we could find. And I found a piece of film, and I didn't know what it was, but it had images on it. And I started sticking tape on it and peeling it up and sticking it down in other places because it was still sticky, and it would peel up the image, and it was this fascinating thing for me. So it was a material that I didn't understand, and I wanted to understand more of it. So I literally kind of started by trying to do more of that. I got a projector, bought it for $20. Somebody handed it to me under the Brooklyn Bridge and gave them $20, and I bought more film, and I tried to do this thing, and it didn't work, and so I had to engage in this whole deep research process to figure out how to make this emulsion lifting thing happen that I had wanted to do. And in the process, I ended up learning a lot about the physical properties of film, and then what I could do with it. So I started making things with it. So I started, using this medium of moving pictures, but 16mm film primarily, to do all kinds of different things. I ended up making loops and doing visuals for clubs and bands and raves and fashion shows and things, just as ways to produce stuff, media. It wasn't necessarily about telling stories, it was about producing, things. And so I gained a great deal of knowledge about those things, but I didn't go to film school, you're right. So I did sort of, figure out ways to learn all the things that I wanted to learn. So whatever there was that I didn't know or I didn't have, would be literally baking some cookies for the only person in town that had that piece of knowledge that I needed, or literally just learning by failure. So that's a humongous part of me, and I often say my practice is actually sort of based on failure. And when you get into media and you're working, for other people, you can't often do that. You're kind of expected to not fail, but ultimately, that's kind of where my whole practice came from. And even if you go look at the work that's up at the Contemporary Art Gallery right now, it is literally about failure, failure and labor and those kinds of things. So a bit of a strange journey to where I am, but I think it takes a lot of like tenacity, and it takes a lot of gumption, and it takes a lot of drive and determination and passion for what you want to do, depending on what that is. But it's a real journey, and like so for me that started in 1999. When is it now? So it's like 26 years ago. It's not a short-term thing, and you're talking about being emerging, being an expert, whatever. Like I am an expert in certain realms of film, but I'm also emerging in others, and so it was a really strange thing to be kind of all of a sudden like taking like almost beginner workshops of things where I'm also asked to speak as an expert in other realms, and so that idea that we embrace all sorts of things is really, really true. That I don't think those labels of being an expert really matter very much. It's like it's all the knowledge that we kind of carry with us, and then also how we share that to other generations and other people who are looking to learn those things. So for me, that's a really key part of who I am, is to share what I know whenever I can, however I can, because I would have killed for somebody to do that for me when I was learning. So it's really important, I think, like wherever we are to do those things. But that's kind of my journey, I guess.
Yeah, that is incredible. Thank you so much for starting us off in this way, because there's so much that you just said that is so important. I want to put like a little like flag to come back to about failure. It should be like demystifying failure. The workshop. Like when is it a failure, and how do those mistakes actually turn into like big explosive things in your career or your whole career? So I love that you said that, and that bringing curiosity and constant like I want to jump over to Lena, because you said some really cool things about curiosity in our talks, our email exchanges back and forth in preparation for this. But also, I just wanted to quickly ask you, was it a choice to not go to film school, or was this like prohibitive, or was this like, what was the story around that, just briefly?
I mean, I did go to art school, so
Okay.
I did a painting and drawing degree, and I went
Okay.
to school in England and then New York, and then I kind of went back to Alberta to finish my painting and drawing degree. And film just like kind of took over my interest in things. So I would just design my own projects. I'd make a film in a printmaking class and call it special projects in printmaking or special projects in drawing, but I would make a film instead, because that was what I was engaged in. But there was no film program, and there wasn't anybody that could teach me any of the things that I needed to know. So it was just, having a real passion for that. Eventually I went and did a master's in film, which you're also supposed to have a film degree to do, but I didn't. So it was definitely a different journey, because you don't learn skills, like filmmaking skills, in a master's program. It's a little bit of a different structure. So it was an interesting journey to like not have that, but I spent the time on my own doing those things. I also just want to say really quickly to your failure comment, when I'm teaching film, which is what I do now here at Emily Carr, on the first day I always say to my students that I hope you all fail. And they're always like jaw drop, like, but that's what I mean, is like you learn through failure. If you're not willing to embrace failure, you're not learning. If it's all easy, then you're not learning. So that's the thing.
Absolutely, and from like a theater actor perspective, when you're doing comedy, the best thing that could happen to you is like a mistake on stage. And then all of a sudden you're in the moment and the funniest things happen. So thank you so much for saying that. I think it's so important. Okay, this is a popcorn round. Lena, so...
I just failed last week, so I'm just like Friday.
Tell us about your recent failure. Yeah, I want to know a little bit about like what drew you first. We're going back to the beginning and then expanding upon our whole careers in a nutshell. So like a little bit about the first thing that pulled you in, because also all of these folks do so many things now. So yeah.
My parent, I was always a precocious kid, as if you guys don't know this in the audience and know me by now. I'm a bit neurodivergent, I'm a bit precocious. My experience of, I guess I was in art as well. I mean, I was always like contemporary dancing, modern dance. I used to take dance classes at night while I was doing science. But I was always interested in human, and I was always interested in expression, and dance and music so are so tied together, and then dance, music, and movement, which is moving images. So I think I started to be in the 3.5 years into my psychology, sociology degree, and I realized I don't know if I want to actually do my master's and my PhD and become a psychologist. I was 17 when I went to university. Who's going to listen to a 19-year-old after they graduate? I have advice for you. And it was really, it was like the highest taken degree at the time in the world, which right now, you guys, the highest taken degree in the world is film. I just want you to know that.
Wow.
So in the 90s, it was psychology and sociology. So there's these huge waves, and right now it's film and media. And every kid you meet, you ask them what they want to be. Like, I want to be a fire truck, fighter, or an astronaut, or a ballet dancer. You ask them, and they say, I want to be a media maker, a YouTube maker. So I was 19, 3.5 years into school in Edmonton at the University of Alberta, and I just started cold calling media companies. You guys know what cold calling is? I hope there's some kids that I wanted to be here.
Yes.
To tell these the students who are in this.
Yeah, or any adults as well too. It's just like we get so scared to make friends as adults. Like call.
Literally going through the yellow pages. You guys know what pages. And look, it was on a phone in my house with 11 other students in a corner on the wood floor taking a rotary phone. You guys, I'm serious.
Yeah, I just did the rotary phone.
And going through and being like, oh, these people they're in media companies, and I asked each one of them if I could meet them, take them out for coffee or lunch, and talk to them about what they do. And so one of them bit. His media master's in Edmonton, and said, wow, you're really interesting. And I'm like, I really want to know what you do. Can I come in? They were doing radio, television, commercials. They were doing some industry videos, filmmaking. They also had some people who were working in doing music management, entertainment within the whole office. So I just became a PA, and then all of a sudden I got moved up to a PC and PM, and organizing the office and started making sales for me. I didn't know anything, you guys. Nothing. And he was really interested in me because I was like, oh, we should change the whole company. It should be like this, and maybe your workflow would be better. And he's just like, who are you? But there's ebbs and flows. So that work was ebbs and flows. So there was a lot of time we were hiring a bunch of people, and then of course there was layoffs because then there was a down part of the private sector. And then Dennis, is Dennis Jackson here?
Yeah, back here.
And then I met Dennis and Brenda Chambers and Ron Martin, and John LaRose and a bunch of ABTM people. I actually won a Banff Media Pass for 2001. Sorry, it's a long story.
No, it's good to break it all down.
I just showed up at Banff 2001. Everyone's like, what the hell are you doing? Do you have a project pitch? I'm like, no, I just want to learn. And I met Dennis, and I met all the ABTM people, and I said, hey, we have this program going on at Capitol College. You should just go. So I just worked and then packed up my stuff and came here to Vancouver. And I went to film school. So that was the first time. Second time I went to film school was the Institute of American Indian Arts. I did an interactive degree and an Indigenous governance degree at the same time because I wanted to learn Indigenous IP and law and understanding and practice while I was doing my art work. This is really tough to do 2 4-year things at once. I don't recommend it. But from that point on, when I came to CAP, really, I just want to say, Greg and Doreen have kept an amazing program for 4 years now. Thank you so much for keeping it going. Really, I don't ever want to learn in environments where there's not Indigenous professors, Indigenous thought with ontological practices and education practices. And really, I could learn in the white world all the time, every day, outside the world, but I can't learn Indigenous ways of thinking. So I would seek out then professors, mentors, Loretta Todd, Doreen, of course, is here. I worked with so many people down at Claxton, and then Red Bar magazine was here as well. So I was doing the magazine, and they just taught me about storytelling. So I think that's a long way to get here.
No, that was fantastic. We do just want to break it down to break it in. That's what we got to do.
Cold calling, just
cold calling.
Call somebody
is
you're
the
terrified
first
to
step.
call.
Yeah. The yellow pages.
Yeah.
No, thank you so much. I loved hearing that, and it's a good reminder. Just even being here at these events and stuff. It's don't be afraid to just walk up to somebody and have a conversation. Tell people what you're working on. Okay, Luann, you have an incredible, vast career. You wear so many hats. I don't know how you do it. So I would love for you to talk about, and this touches upon too, like when we're talking about like training, I don't just mean like Eurocentric training, like, what did you learn from your mentors, from your aunties, from the people that held knowledge and do still hold knowledge and artistic practice in our community? It's like I always feel like everyone has their special talent in the community. I ended up being the storyteller. Someone else is an expert on language. Someone else is an expert on visuals. So can you tell us a little bit about your fantastic career and what pulled you into it?
It surprised the heck out of me, let me tell you. Well, first of all, I was really happy to come up here and sit beside these amazing women because I'm like, I don't know any of this. But really, we do that to ourselves all the time. What am I doing here? That imposter syndrome, I've been talking with people about that all day today. I actually started off in the 1980s as an employment counselor. I graduated from high school in 1981. A couple years later, the message that we were all getting in our community, I love that you talk about what was the career of the 90s, the thing that people all wanted to do. Well, the thing everybody wanted and needed to do in the 80s was get yourself a good government job so you could get that pension.
Yeah.
And so I got, encouraged to do that. So I went and got a job with the feds. And back then it was called the unemployment insurance, they call it EI now. So I got to be one of those front desk clerks that people spit on and got mad at all the time. But I worked with a gentleman named Danny Bowes, and he was the labor market analyst. Very fancy title. And one morning I went up to the staff room and he was sitting there with all the newspapers from all across Canada. And he would read every single corner of those news. And I asked, what are you doing? Why do you do that? And he started to explain his process about how he spots the jobs that are going to be coming up. The company makes an announcement, they're going to do a project, and it could be all these different careers. So I started to get a sense of that. Very shortly after that, I went to work for the Friendship Center in Victoria and became an employment counselor. And I did some training, there was training that went along with that. So what I started to learn about was how to, also I have to say I was always an artist. All through high school I was doing my visual arts. What I kept hearing from my aunties and uncles and others in the community is, what do they mean by an artist biography? What do you mean by an artist statement, and what the heck is an artist CV? So I thought, that's what I'm going to focus on, because I have all these people in my community that I can help. I'm really, I like writing, I like helping people, so I started to head down that path. So I did that for a few years and started to help people get into all of the basic training they needed to go on to film programs. So I really wanted to stay in that role because I didn't think I wanted to be a filmmaker at any point. I just wanted to keep being a visual artist. And then I skip ahead a few more years, and my relative, late Barbara Cranmer, her and I got to spend so much time together because we were always working on potlatches for our very huge family. And because I was a visual artist, I'd make all these gifts and give them to the family so they could give gifts to their guests. And so we get to talking, and she's telling me about all this stuff she was doing in film. And I was so fascinated. I got to see a couple of her early works, and she had a whole team that got to train together, the Samanista series and the Samanista crew. It was all native crew, and all of them were my relatives. So I just kept finding them every chance I got, and I'd go and ask them all these questions, and what is this film industry you're involved in? They tell me about all of the challenges and difficulties they were having, and all I was listening for was, where's the piece that I can pull out of that, and I can help? And so I started learning about grant writing, and then I continued on for a number of years learning about grant writing, learning how to help people do workshops. I would deliver workshops on them whenever I had a chance. And then I started getting hired by arts agencies, worked in government for 30 years or so, always on, I'd always tell them, you know, they'd say, but what is it you specialize in, and what's your degree? I don't have a degree, I don't have any fancy learning or anything, letters after my name, but I tell you what I can do. I can get into a community and I can deliver a grant writing workshop like nobody's business. So why don't you pay me to do that? And it's now that I look back and I go, God, I've been bossy the whole way along. I tell my boss what I wanted to do, not, you know, that's a nice job description. There's a typo in there, by the way. And here's what I really want to do. And they always give me that leeway. I really appreciate that. And I had a couple of really great mentors. You know, I call them mentors now, but they were my bosses, and they gave me the direction I needed. So speed ahead a whole bunch more years, and I ended up at Creative BC. And I was really happy when I saw, I'd never even heard of Creative BC, and I've been in the arts, you know, 40 years now by this time. And I went, oh, that sounds like a good organization to go work with. I bet my dear cousin Barb would back me on this. Like, she's gonna travel with me on this. And it was like I could hear her say, you know, well, give me a boot in the butt, and going, go do it. We still need help in this sector. So I was really glad to join Creative and start doing the things that I've heard people saying all this weekend. It culminates, it builds your whole career, it builds along. Sometimes you don't know why you're being sent down that path. Someone like me is going to be along that path. And you can ask us when we really want you to ask us, can you help me write my artist statement? Can you help me do my bio, and just keep stuff like that organized? And I just want to say to anybody who's out there wondering, you know, what's it like to be in the men's side of this industry? It's fantastic. I get to cheer you on. I get to, it's my absolute pleasure to do budgets. I love Excel spreadsheets. I love
nobody.
I got a budget for you to work on.
There's free for that. Okay, let me reword that. There's fantastic people out there who want to do this work. And I want to encourage the people who want to do this work because, and I'll just wrap up really quickly with, in 1993, I was working for the Ministry of Small Business, Tourism and Culture. And we did a round of the province to consult with artists to find out what do artists need. And the long and the short of it was that artists don't want to do paperwork. They want somebody else to do it, so we need that. We need funding, and we need our own organizations. And those organizations need to be run by us, right? So we're still, I'm kind of, okay, I'm gonna say it, I'm pissed, because that report got buried. We did a fantastic, but I kept a copy. I grabbed a copy before I was seconded over, and I went back to the Ministry of Native Affairs. But I actually took a handful of them, because I thought if anything happens, I'm going to have proof of this, and I'll be happy to email that to anyone who wants to see it. But the bottom line was that this is what artists ask for, and I've spent the rest of my career trying to fulfill those things and try to get those things going. So with Creative BC, I've had a chance to try to find ways that we can provide the resources, the information, get that online. Some of you have seen us interviewing down at the end of the hallway this weekend, talking. All of those videos are going to go on our website. And those are just pieces of advice to emerging filmmakers and creatives, to write from you, the people who know and have the experience, and maybe those connections will start to get made. So that's what I do. I keep cheering on. And the last, I will say one more last thing. The other thing that completely changed my perspective on this was I did get to go and work up at the Banff Center, just after you were there, actually. I took over as the artistic director of the Aboriginal Arts Program, and really what my role was and what they told me, you know, behind the scenes, we need the administrative structure, not what was being offered in the program, but the whole administrative structure of the Aboriginal Arts Program just needed to be reconfigured a little bit, because I was always about funding. That's my corner of the world. So what I did was just got a team together to get the administrative structure reconfigured. And while I was there, the Screenwriters Program was running. And Jordan Wheeler, of course, was running that program. And I said, Jordan, you guys need more money. which he said, I'm not going to say no to that. And I said, the way I can get you more money is if you let me come in and see what it is you're doing. So he said, I need to warn you that if you come in behind the scenes, you're never going to see movies the same way again. And I don't know if I want to. I said, you know what? It's worth it. Let me come and just sort of scope around and back and see what's going on. So I did that, learned a whole bunch of new things, and that's been my journey ever since. So it's a real pleasure to get to meet other artists, but it's just as much of a pleasure to meet the arts administrators. So that's the demystifying that career.
I know you have a wealth of knowledge in that area, so thanks, Hajka, for sharing that with us. That was fantastic. Princess, okay, you have a vast, incredible career as well, too. Could you just tell me a little bit about your first starts and what pulled you in? And then I'd have like a couple of questions that I have for you.
Testing. Yeah, so, I grew up during a similar timeline, I think. Was also in New York in 2000 or thereabout. In 99, I actually lost some film on the street. I just for a summer. But, as a kid, I was really transient, and my mom was a single mom. My parents had divorced when I was 8, and my father had been an artist. I really associated art with poverty.
Yeah.
And when I did really well in school, but I loved the arts. I mean, I was always like doing poetry, and I started doing theater when I was terribly shy until I started doing theater. And that was because our teacher forced us to in 5th grade. So 5th grade, 6th grade. And, but then when I got into high school, it's such a colonial mindset.
Yeah.
It's such you're gonna go to school, you're gonna climb a corporate ladder, you're going to go, come back and work for your tribal corporation or the, Alaska Native Corporation. And so I kind of had this kind of mentality. And also, again, I was like, art equals poverty. You're gonna be hungry. And so I went to the George Washington University in DC, and that was a huge, crazy ordeal because my mom, my senior year, was going to the University of Oklahoma. So my senior year of high school, we went from Alaska to Oklahoma, and there was a college fair, and GW was there, and they had an international relations. I was like, I just want to travel the world. I want to, do all these things, and that was the only school I applied to. And thankfully, I got in. But I remember going to my mom, and I was like, I don't think I can do this. She's like, why? It's because I don't think I'm as smart as the white kids.
What did you say? Sorry?
I don't think I'm as smart as the white kids.
Yeah.
And she's like, why are you saying that? I was like, well, all the teachers always say that I'm, smart for a native kid.
Yeah.
And so I didn't realize that I had this complex. And she was like, that's ridiculous. She's like, you're gonna study hard and you're gonna do the work and you're gonna do great. And so then I went off to Washington, DC and had a blast and danced on the weekends and studied abroad, did all those things. But by my senior year, I knew that I didn't want to be a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
I knew that I wanted to actually pursue the arts. And similar to you, I didn't go to film school. And I cold called somebody.
There you go, it works. Cold calling works.
I cold called, well, I just thought, well, if I'm gonna get into film, I need to actually be around filmmakers, and I need to just figure out a way to segue in. And I called a woman named Elizabeth Weatherford, who worked at the Smithsonian. She ran that film festival, the American Indian Film Festival. And she was really lovely, and she was just like, well, come up. And I was like, yeah, I want to volunteer. And so I volunteered at the film festival, and I had an idea for a story that I wanted to tell. I was very troubled by the high rates of suicide in our communities in Alaska, and I was like, I want to tell a story about that. did not know what the heck I was doing, but I volunteered at the festival, and it just so happened that someone from the Sundance Institute was there named Heather Ray.
Right.
And she said, I met her and we talked, and I told her this idea, and she's like, you know, we're launching the Native program at Sundance. You should apply. And I was like, really? And she's like, yeah, just that idea, that story idea that you have, why don't you apply with that? And so I did. And I got into the first ever Native lab with Joy Harjo and Ken Monkman and all those folks, amazing folks.
Incredible.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how did I end up here
Right.
with all these, you know, people? I was very intimidated, and then I was encouraged. I was encouraged to apply for the actual Sundance Writers Lab that happens at Sundance, and I got into that, and then I did the Directors Lab, and that was my film school.
Yeah.
And so I had these incredible mentors like Alfonso Cuarón and Stuart Stern and like Robert. I mean, it was really like, you know, who am I? Where am I? This is crazy. Actually, Robert Redford said the most amazing thing that I still think about to this day, because I told him I was feeling insecure because all these people have gone to AFI and like all the top USC and all these film schools. And he's like, you know, Princess, the only thing that really matters with, you know, when you're directing is that you see people.
Yeah.
And he's like, you have the ability to see people,
Mm-hmm.
and that's all it really takes. So he demystified that whole process for me.
Yes.
Yeah, and then I was just like, these programs matter, right? Like, I just went through the Arctic Indigenous Film Fund. I've gone through, there was a Illuminatus, which is now disbanded, or sunsetting. They had a producers program, like, you know, being a part of an artist cohort, like, that really matters. Being able to, like, call somebody and just being like, hey,
support groups,
support
groups, your mentors, your people.
Yeah, like, you know, like, I don't even know how to read this freaking contract.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know how to negotiate. I don't know how to, I don't even understand these titles. And, you know, I will tell you this, and now I do have all this experience. Every project is different.
Yeah.
So you can be a producer, but that can mean a million things on the scales, on the different, like, it means something different in animation than it does in, you know, television series, than it does in feature film, or, you know. So, you know, I'm always learning. I don't feel like an expert. Like, I do have experience, but every project is different, and every project, I have my tight circle of people that I call, and I'm like,
what do you think?
Yeah. What do you think? And I do a lot of hemming and hawing, and I'm a very high anxiety I have a tendency to get high anxiety, and I worry about stuff, and so I definitely have my kind of meditations and practices that help me, but I call upon the ancestors, and I call my friends all the time.
Yeah, and you never know what skills you have that are actually transferable. You know, that can actually be of use to you until you're in this situation. You're like, oh, actually, this feeds into this, and I could figure this out.
Yeah, and the other thing I'll say is, like, I've done everything. I started working when I was 12 years old. Okay, I sold newspaper subscriptions.
And that helps you.
Yeah. I worked at a mortuary at one point in time when I was living in LA. Like, I did everything, you know. And there was no, like, after I went through Sundance, it's like, all the white men got their films made, and like me and like my dear friend Attica Locke, you know, like women of color, like we weren't able to get writing and directing jobs out of Sundance. It felt like our peers were able to. No, but I tempted all the studios, and I couldn't get a job writing and directing, so I started acting. You know, and I loved that, and I did have that theater background, and you know, so that like also helped me eventually as a director.
Get in that journey to where you want to land.
Yeah, exactly. So I just think like you just have to be able and willing to like try the gamut of things, and then you know don't get to a place where you think that you know everything. Like,
because you never do.
You don't know everything.
Yeah. Okay, That's fantastic. There's so much. We're running out of time, but I just want to go back to Lena quickly, and then we'll open it up for like maybe one question, 2 questions. We have enough time. Yes. Thank you so much, because I think it's really important to do a deep dive into your beginnings, because each one we're coming up with like gems that are so helpful. So Lena, tell us a little bit about this process that you did, because I think it's really important as far as creating the work, because all these people have broken down barriers, and like, thank goodness, now we can like walk through these doors and be like, oh, this is a lot easier. I don't have to dislocate my shoulder to be in this space. So tell us a little bit about the difference between... My shoulders are dislocated. Yeah, my shoulder is very dislocated after 25 years. So like, the difference between your views on decolonization and re-indigenizing spaces, and because you've been doing that so much, like all of us have been in our career, but I think it's important as creators to have an understanding of that, especially emerging creators.
So also thank you and commend you, Princess, for
Oh, do you want mine?
Check. No,
yeah. So I don't mean to speed through everyone. I just want
to... Okay.
Here, take
now? Switch you back. Okay. I have to say I've done every position on set except for a DIT, like a DIT, like also, but there's a reason for it, and the self-consciousness, I just want to address
Yeah,
this.
no,
The self-consciousness of a woman who's like 5 foot, who's from a northern community, myself, you have to sometimes do every single thing on set or in the world, so when everybody questions you, you're like, no, I know what I'm doing, and you can't question me on this because I've actually done this a little bit before, which is it's a good way to shoot people down, but it's also a way to hold myself back into some imposter syndrome as well. I am just now directing my first feature this year. I'm 47. I just want you guys to know that I've been holding back. It's taken this long, but it's been tough. But I also am so privileged and honored to have been able to help other directors and to help other producers and to help other people. It's why I'm in the job.
Yeah.
I did not come into film to rub elbows with bougie people who have power games. I did not. I came here because I couldn't see myself on the television screen or hear myself in places when I was young, or hear my family or stories or art or culture. And so that's why I'm here, and I remind myself every day. So when you get into film, people will tell you things. They'll tell you it's a hierarchical mechanism. Shit rolls downhill. You have to put up with stuff. The producers and the directors are assholes, and you'll just experience it as a PA, and whoever's on the bottom takes all that heat. And I do not agree with any of this pyramid crap. You don't have to follow corporate standards or pyramid. You don't have to follow pyramid structure of power. You do not have to lick boots of people that you do not feel the same value system with, and you do not have to appease them. And I really want to say it's been it's an interesting time where people are talking about decolonization everywhere. I think we need to actually go back to the actual word of re-indigenization, which is who I say with at Institute of American Indian Arts, Dr. Gerald Bisner, who's Anishinaabe, White Earth. And re-indigenizing is when you are not just taking down the brick structure and the building structure of the government, the systems, the power, Hollywood. If you crumble all that away, what the fuck do you have left? Sorry, pardon my language, sure. What do you have left? And you have to replace it with something. You have to be able to re-indigenize. So what are we building up? How are we taking our value systems? How are we taking our community filmmaking potential and potentiality into our workspaces? How are we re-indigenizing our agreements, our documents? Nate Lyman, my lawyer, is right here. We don't.
That's your lawyer?
Yes, it's my Indigenous lawyer. Thank you, Nate. Has taken.
We all want to hire you.
Everybody needs him. Get his number after. We do not, I'm not tolerating owning outright the universal, the language of our people, our traditional stories, our traditional songs. We have to give them back. We have to learn how to use them and be able to read them, or be able to get them back to the community. We have to, when we're taking scenes, and especially I've been able to interview people who are now deceased and passed away. We have to give that stuff back to the community and the nations. There's only some few exceptions with investigative news that I don't follow protocol, because sometimes I need to find out something people don't want me to know about, which that's a tricky one.
Right.
But for the most part, we can follow Indigenous protocols that ISO has set up so specifically, and we can do our best, and we don't, that is the way we make films. We don't have to listen to them, and we can push back, but there's enough of us now to say we're not tolerating it anymore. We're not playing these power games. We can have our own value system.
Thank you. So good, right? And I just want to add to that as well too. Like sometimes I think we think protocol is this like fancy, heavy word, and it is. It's like when we do our culture and everything, it's serious, but we don't necessarily need to take it seriously all the time because it's like it's our lived experience. Protocol just means this is the way that we do things. So it's like we're decolonizing things, but then we go in and it's like, this is the way I want to do things. This is the way a Musqueam person would do things, which is different than the way that Princess will go into the room and say, this is the way we do it in our community, right? And being able to have space for that.
Yeah, and there is instances, again, in news and with journalistic policies and practices, you have to kind of negotiate if you're doing news, but for every other thing, our POV documentaries, our feature films, we can take the time. Please use the time and prep. Think about what you want to create, what you want to do, how you want to build it, how you want to incorporate your traditional law, how you're going to put that into producing and in your agreements and your memorandums of understanding, and what you want to get out of this at the end. What does everybody actually get in reciprocity? Or if there's just something a little bit you can give back, like fixing up some of the pictures in your documentary and then giving it back to the person. Be like, oh, your picture was ripped. I'm going to give you it back, and like now it's in a better form. Like, what do you leave?
Yeah.
What do you leave in community? Because that attaching your name to something is going to last for the rest of your life. But your community is also going to know what you're working on for the rest of your life.
Exactly. Thank you. I know that we've right at time, but opening it up just quickly, we just do some quick question Q&A. Does anyone have any questions? Any burning questions? I know we covered a lot, actually. There was like a lot. Yes? Yes. Does anyone want to take that?
I think when you work in film, you sort of are automatically multidisciplinary in a way, because in the beginning you're, helping a friend, so you're the assistant director, and then you're doing camera, and then you're doing sound, and so you're learning all the different kind of components of things. But I guess, and then, I mean, what drives you to go there, storytelling for a lot of people, for me, was like a material thing that inspired me, so bringing in those other elements of visual art forms into what I do in film was just automatically a connection. But I think that, because you kind of have to learn all these different little parts of the world, and, I've made budgets for people. I hate budgets. I'm going to ask them to do my budgets. But I had to do it, so I had to gain those skills. I can't remember who said it. Somebody said it at one point, did a paper route, but all of everything that you do in the world, all the different jobs, come and they support you when you're working in this realm, like all parts of you. And I think that's the thing that kind of sometimes gets people, is like, I don't have all the knowledge. I feel like an imposter here. I don't feel like an expert. I want, to be up here, to feel like I know all those things. And that will never happen. It will never, ever happen, because we're all learning every single day. And I think I realized that, a long time ago, that first of all, that I do have value, and what I bring from all my experience in the world comes forward with me, but also that, and maybe like an important part of this is that it's also my job to hold open the door for others as I walk through it, not to get to a place where I'm like, at the top of my craft, and then turn around and go, oh yeah, who else needs help? So I try to bring like mentees into things, and help people who are also doing this, trying to break into these kinds of careers, even though I don't think of myself as like this all-knowing person. So they're going to come along and they're going to see me make the mistakes that I make, and then maybe they'll save them from making some mistakes. But we'll do that journey together. So I think like everything is related. How you convince corporations, I don't know. I'm still working on that, but think like some of that maybe answered some of your questions.
Thank you. We're going to wrap it up, but I just want one last question for Princess before we go. What is one piece of advice that you would give to future storytellers? Could you do that really succinctly?
Gosh, that's a big question
I know.
to
Just
end
like
on.
one juicy thing, or maybe something you wish somebody had told you.
Yikes.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, I would say don't be, like, focus on the one bead that you're getting on the needle. Don't look at, sometimes it's overwhelming when you think about, like, well, how am I going to get to that feature film? Which, by the way, I'm 51 and just working on my first feature. Okay?
Yeah.
Trailmaking, and also, like, you know, yes to those that came before us, right?
Yeah.
Yes to Tantu Cardinal and all these people that, you know, went out there and for years and years, you know, all you have, and I know, right, living in LA, it was like, how many more, you know, Indian maidens can you audition for, right? It's just like, ugh.
That's what I love.
Now we're at this place where we are having more narrative sovereignty, where we're showing people, look at the value of what we are bringing and the expertise and the beauty of these stories that the world hasn't seen. So find that, like, your story is special, and it'll, like, ask the ancestors to bless you with the story.
Yes.
There's these stories, and if you're fortunate and you're, like, open to it, then, like, you will receive the story, and then, like, go with that story and ask people that know better than you. Like, I do that all the time, right? It's like, I'm not a cinematographer. Find the cinematographer. Find the sound designer. Find, you know, you build your team around you of experts, and they help you.
Yes,
make that
one
happen.
bead at a time. That's it, everyone. Focus on your beading. Thank you so much. That was beautiful.
Brilliant. That was amazing. That was the best panel ever. I don't know what the lady Doreen? Are you looking for Doreen? I don't know. She might have left. You have her pen? She might come back.
I want to quickly remind you all that our next keynote is at 4:30 in conversation with Tantu Cardinal. So we'll see you back soon.
Yeah. Really, I like your hair. Oh, I love your hair too. Thank you. It's love what you're up under. That's a big one. I know, but it sits so perfectly. I like it. I used to have papers. I lost one and I destroyed one. Then you gotta get a new one. I'm painting and it's just time for a new one. Yeah, exactly.
I guess the question, because there's so many different That was 3 days later. She's been obsessing. It was about like opening night. But I came in and I saw that. And she take like the little cake and stuff. And then Danny and I have to take you in there. And I said, oh, I'm sorry, because I walked in. Sorry, it just happened. He's been obsessing everywhere and sending messages. I didn't know that it was there's all upset about like say this is my back. Okay, but you're still leaving your dog if you want to go. Yeah. For almost 2 years.
I didn't stay in that long conversation with somebody who I've never met in my life. When we start, I just said, I'm sorry, I got to get nice to meet you. And I left it that was like, being over. Yeah. Because I've gone through that too, that's why I'm asking. Yeah. So I have to like, oh, fantastic. This is all. Maybe, yeah. See where it starts. Yeah, I'm just going to see where it starts. What am I, you know, like I need other things to start rationalizing it to yourself. Yes. Yeah. I wrote it all over that. From there. See what I mean? That's what I woke up to. I was not having it. I was being one of the first things to saw myself and joining the I just about finished my associated. Yeah, they didn't even ask. Well, she did, but they were already sitting. Yeah. And so I was just looking at it. They ordered cheese and protection and all those things. And she's like, do you mind if I go? And so I put this mission for the house. Collaboration is more, right? This is more. So anyways, I told her, yeah, I didn't know what to say to her. Yeah, that's perfect. Because I can hear things, people can tell me whatever they want. So for me, I didn't do anything, and I'm being just reaching out to Amanda, and then they go out. Saw them and then so it's
Any about my health and
I'm approachable. Who am I? Am I God over here that can approach me? She has no problem throwing us under the bus. All of the iron swords. No problem just wasting energy and putting trash on us after we helped her go thumbs twice for the same thing. That's what I said. So 3 times in my land, and in an art form I've been in 20 years old, and I'm not allowed to be here. She said it was so great that I should never be allowed in my land to do this when they need to. That was what she said. And I was like, I'm looking at it, I just started crying, right? That's when we read being introduced to somebody and just having to go on stage. And that she is insulted. Like, I can't help you. You have problems, girl. They're big. Fucking problems. Yeah, right? It's none of her business. She's not from here. I wouldn't go to your territory and go off to the side and say, I don't think Tracy should have put you in the I mean, you'd be like, get on my territory. You were in that. I'm not allowed to have That was a fast-kicking there, girl.
I went fast. That's what I'm saying.
Well, the fun part was that you guys just had a conversation. It's not hard in a panel to really drive, but you guys were really on top.
I like those conversational ones. Stories unto themselves, aren't they? When I heard Yellow Pages, I was like, they do not cancel
All the young people, what are Yellow Pages?
But I can hear everybody's Yellow Pages. Where are they yellow? Speak of. How do you get yellow?
Yellow. That's right. You have to run and do another day.
After 10.
Oh, okay.
In fact,
cheers! To the fabulous ladies.
So it'll be Elodie's and or Elodie's and two of them at once.
Yeah. Well, you know, Elodie's like Amanda are kind of like two tricksters in the car.
Yes.
They're so cute. But they
I got to see during fifth, I think, Amanda was interviewing her after their films.
Yeah.
So that was.
Yeah, I got to do a conversation with them about 4 or 5 years, no, about 6 years now.
Wow.
And it was for the real
Yes.
So great. I just sat in I just made it a conversation. Yeah. Stories about control, so I just brought that out and they just loved it. I mean, I got the cutest response I've ever heard. what do you think of another kind of film? And she looked up the audience and said, Nope. I mean, the doll she made looks just like her. Yeah, she had that doll. It was like so amazing. I was like, here's these two kids. They're spirit kids that have known each other a long time. I was like, I love it. It's amazing. I'm glad you're here and you're able to. Give me the content. Thank you. Yes. No, give me your address. Yeah. What you're trying to do, I don't even understand. This is my dear friend, my dear sister, Tracy. It's my dear friend, Len.
You were so nervous. You never acted before.
Len is one of our undying supporters of our
Thank you very much.
Bye. No, it doesn't look like you. What's your Doreen? She might have left. Oh no, she's okay. I could try to. Yeah, I do, but I'm just trying to send you a message. How do I do that? She would have received that. Just give me your phone number. No, because I tried to. And you were like, nice kid. Yeah. And I'm like, Bracken! Yeah. Just get over that. Don't worry. It's just about housing. Right. I know I don't have you in here. I'm trying to add. Yeah.
Go in.
We gotta get you over there now, can you and Amanda? Both of you. Yeah.
Yeah, I went back there. I remember Geraldine brought me out like a while ago. But that was years ago now.
Oh God, yeah. But I want to do like some type of workshops or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Apply for a grant and talk to you guys.
I just go by. There's no way to school, but I just
Yeah.
go
Yeah. How old is Sketna? Oh my goodness, it's been that long. Oh, inverted? Yeah. Is that where his mom is?
Yeah, she's there.
Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, his mom is Giuseppe. Sorry. I was thinking. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, she's there.
Sheldon. Yeah, Sheldon's my cousin.
Okay.
Yeah. He's on the Armstrong side.
Yeah, I guess they're going digging this year.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
Cool.
She's flying now, so I used to pick them up a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if you guys are down in the area, stop in.
Oh yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
cool. Good to see you. Yeah, let's talk later. Okay? It's all good. I love you. You're my brother. Nobody can take that away. Yes. I don't know. I'm so disturbed by that. Thank you. Because we want Dennis Jackson to do a stop motion. A stop motion. So I want to do a collaboration with you. Indigenous action videos. I know, I was thinking, I was like, wow, I could be an action figure. I think so.
Yeah, I'll look into that.
You just press that button.
You know, I looked at yours and I was like, it's so perfect.
How I figured it out was my ecstasy model.
Oh, I was like,
Oh, yeah, you did.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm doing this.
Be a jellyfish. Just be a jellyfish. Don't worry.
So all you have to do, Dennis?
But yeah,
All you have to do is just hit this button and it'll create your action figure. But if you don't like the action figure that you're making, you can scroll to the last one and do that.
You gotta get an outfit like that.
I know, right? Because like, I'm a thick girl, right? I'm not a skinny action.
You're like Marilyn Monroe. You got the curves, girl. Look at the curves.
Look at the face. Holy shit. See, you load it, and then it'll load your action figure, right? So there you go. Yeah. And my face, that face looks like my face. That's my lips and my, like, I mean, what they literally did was took a picture of my face. And that, like, so, yeah. No, what I think we need to do is an Indigenous action hero stop action.
Oh, yes, I got it. Okay.
And my, you know what my action hero name will be? Tracy Tupac. I always have to do it. Cease gave me that name because every time we go somewhere, I would always have 2 cups in one hand, 1 coffee, 1 water, and I could literally probably
Tracy Tupac. Just remember that. We're making a film one day where I came on looking for the name. I think the name of my character is Tracy Tupac. You make this little stop motion.
And I have like special power in my cups.
Yeah,
Clean water.
Water's life. I was so sad to miss your workshop. So happy to meet you. Tremendous.
I remember.
Yeah, I've done that before. That's why I tried not to. I started it at the time. And there's a kitchen, and I stayed in the life.
What's the Canadian? Yeah, you won the Gemini though. And you guys were there doing the and you guys bought those big, I think, one too.
So you were part of Wapa's Day?
Yeah, well, he is Wapa.
Oh, okay, it's all coming together now. Legend!
So that's where we kind of hung out, and I remember
Tracy Teacups gets around.
She's been around a long time.
She gets out there with her cups and Tickpin and Vancouver and
Yeah, I love it. Thank you for our top series. So we gotta do more films like that.
And where do we find other pieces?
Okay,
good.
We talked a lot about that kind of stuff with my cousin.
Oh, no, look at Auntie.
His brother is actually friends. They have some
I'll have one at the A-frame. I'll go down there. After party. Oh, I don't know. Everybody's like said at the A-frame. We'll all go to party at the A-frame.
We're all feeling so connected.
Yeah.
Where should we go that it's everybody?
Because I know they just need to do an interview with Alanis and maybe but after that,
let's just have a sit in at UCAT.
Let's take over. We're not leaving.
We're camping.
There's too many to get rid of.
We're shifting floors.
That's right, we're shifting. Hey, I title. So great. Bracken. Good one, Bracken.
The title. The title.
The title.
Shifting.
Oh yeah. Oh, have your husband's knife.
Oh, I don't know why I need a position. I got a knife.
He lent it to me last night and then he took off.
It's a shame. Don't bug me. It's not a knife, it's a shame.
Yes. But it's his Eastbound special. So.
Yeah. I'm terrified of it.
Hello again, everybody.
Okay. Me again. Jellyfish time.
Hi, this is Kaya George, and I have the pleasure of introducing our keynote for tonight. As you all can see, in conversation with Tantu Cardinal, a celebrated award-winning actress of Korean Métis heritage, who has acted in notable films, TV series, and stages, recounts her experience as an Indigenous performer and activist, and discusses the importance of Indigenous representation in media, past, present, and future. This will be moderated by Renee Marceau. Renee is an intertribal artist in music, theater, film, and television. Through her community-engaged art practices, she has worked with Indigenous communities throughout Turtle Island. Her music has been licensed to films like Broken Angel and Angela's Shadow, public service announcements, and theater like The Secret to Good Tea, White Noise, and Weaving Reconciliation. Renee recently completed writing her first feature film and is conjuring the next steps for its production. She currently teaches in the Indigenous Digital Film Program at Capilano University. Good to see you. And a bit more information on our keynote. Not that she needs a lot of it. Tantu Cardinal is an award-winning actress of Indigenous descent who was recently seen with Robert De Niro and Leonardo DiCaprio in Martin Scorsese's feature film, Killers of the Flower Moon. Recent TV series work includes playing Sue Lynn Blackbird in the ABC television network series Stumptown, or opposite Alfred Molina in the series 3 Pines on Amazon, and Marvel series Echo on Disney Plus and Hulu. A Canadian-US dual citizen, she has appeared in over 120 films and television projects over the course of her 50-year career. A multi-award-winning performer, including the Earl Grey Award, a Lifetime Achievement Award by the Canadian Screen Awards, is a member of the Order of Canada, a CBC Playback Hall of Fame inductee, recipient of the Governor-General's Artistic Lifetime Achievement, an award, and has a star on Canada's Walk of Fame. She has an honorary doctorates from 5 universities as well. Her credits include numerous plays, television programs, and feature films, including the features Legends of the Fall, Dances with Wolves, Black Robe, Falls Around Her, Wind River, The Grizzlies, Where the River Flows North, Mina, Chasing Shakespeare, and Eden. Television credits include Sea, Westworld, Longmire, Mohawk Girls, Frontier, Blackstone, Nobody's Girls, Godless, and Penny Dreadful, among many others. Theater work includes playing Gertrude in Hamlet, Regan in the production of King Lear, and the role of Helena in production of The Rez Sisters. She was awarded the Theater Critics Award for Best Supporting Actress for her work on The Inheritance. And please give it up for Tantu Cardinal.
See how you are? You were so totally there. Well, I wanted just to say that Tantu and I have known each other for a few years.
Yeah.
And we met on north of 60. And the first time that I met Tantu was we were doing a kitchen scene in north of 60. And it was my first time on set with her. And the director was
Gil Cardinal.
Gil Cardinal, the late Gil Cardinal. And so we're sitting there, and Gildas comes up to me and goes, program. That's the word you have to say, program. So I'm like, yeah, I'm saying program. so then we do the scene, and I'm going, you know, and I'm just like a starstruck on this. Like,
Take after take.
Yeah. Yeah, true. And then he says to me, okay, spell it with me. P-R-O-G-R-A-M. Program. And when I just said it was just my Indian accent, I guess, I don't know. Program. I'm going to still keep saying program. And over the years, you know, of course, you've done a lot of Canadian projects and American projects, and have mentored people, have worked as an advisor to different projects. And the latest was when you were at the Whistler Film Festival. So tell me about that. What were you doing at that one?
Whistler Film Festival. They gave me 3 to 5 minutes to talk about something there. And I heard there was going to be a bunch of young people there, young filmmakers, and mentors and mentees at this luncheon. So that's what I had to work with. And I thought that there's a part of our history in this experience of being storytellers now, and being in this industry and this thing that some would call a career, and there's a force that just will throw you into that stream, and you find your way through it. And I thought that what I had to offer to that conversation is where I came from. And it's interesting, this is Emily Carr. This is named for Emily Carr, because what came to me when I was getting ready to write this piece is there was images that came, like dilapidated totem poles, and this whole world of we are a dying people, a dying culture, and in a way dead already. And she painted from the air that was flowing at those times. And then, you know, I looked up because I was trying to remember her name. and then I looked and I saw, oh my God, I was born 4 years after she passed. So this came to me. I was kind of torn up after coming through the birth canal of colonialism and attempted genocide. I was plopped into the world of a half-breed where attempts were still being made on the life of language, for example. Although I fell into the dregs of when people in my grandmother's generation, she raised me, might have spoken up to 5 to 6 languages. The bed of disappeared Indians was the mythology surrounding me. No sky woman, no clan mothers, no sweat lodges with their songs, dances, ceremonies. That was all dead in the past, they said. Emily Carr has a rich portfolio, catching the remains of the dead and dying Indian. We were not First Nations then. We were being treated comatose medicine to hide the power of the treaties, and then to hide the truth of just how deeply justice and humanity weren't for us
in this great society. Ironically, it is when I was sent to the city for high school in 1965 by my junior high teacher, a true Christian Mennonite, Mr. Ted Walters, where I met other Indians in the city and learned the truth of our history. And my soul shocked into awakening. My approach has been to fumble through and bring medicine to my soul. We work together, artists and others. We became Métis, First Nations, a vibrant time, much dialogue and action and legislation until we wrestled our identity out of the jaws of genocide. There were gatherings of all sorts. I was at a Métis Association assembly in Athabasca. It was evening after the day of meetings, a dance with loud music blaring through conversations going on all the surrounding tables. It was so exciting, the dialogue that was happening within the meetings. At our table, there's a long discussion going on about status and non-status and treaty and script, more status, and it was just noisy as can be. And Ricky from Fishing Lake came over to me, and I thought he asked me if I was status, and I called through the noise, "I'm Métis." And he said, "I don't give a fuck if you're 90, let's dance." And then in Regina, it was probably around 81. I checked with Maria Campbell on this. And Maria Campbell committed a month of her salary from her work at the library towards the efforts of Will Campbell and Jerry Cook, who were working at New Breed to organize a gathering of artists. So this is before all of these funding pockets that everybody is hoping comes their way. The Arts Board contributed a paltry amount, Maria said. She called it paltry. And so there was $6,000 that produced a circle of 35 artists. We gathered in Regina. We were all in a circle. 35 of us in chairs, seeing each other's faces. Arthur Schilling was the special guest. Gil Cardinal was with us then. And in our circle of chairs, we could see each other's faces. Phones were rotary. Social media was newspapers, radio, and travelers' word of mouth. We were from diverse backgrounds, from lands all across the country, with our own sense of language. We were all raised in a world where when you told a story, you told where and who it came from. People's experiences were to be respected and honored. A lot of work has gone into this powerful tapestry of strength and beauty you are standing on. Carry it in honor. Carry it in honor of those who gave their lives, gave it all, lived dangerously, hearts on their sleeves, soul first, face into the winds of time. That is our business. Ambition is in balance. If it seeks medicine for the soul, body, mind, and spirit, joy lives there somewhere in the truth. Thank you all. I love you.
One of the things that I've often love about you, Tantu, is that when you look at the world, And when you look at all of the things that you had to experience, and as a storyteller, as an actress, as a singer, you've had to go through a lot. You had to go through a lot to get where you are. Tell us a story about those beginnings, like the beginning of when you this journey of being an actress. What was that about? How did that start?
That was, well, I give honor and gratitude to where I was raised. I was raised by my grandmother, so that carried a world of 100 years between her and my step-grandfather, because he was her second husband, and he was an Englishman. And so I had access to my language. My English was good, and Mom wouldn't let me speak Cree though. She spoke Cree and she spoke Dene, and there was Michif floating all through our community. But I'm grateful that her English wasn't very good, because she spoke Cree to me all the time. And though I wasn't allowed to speak to her because of the pain and the anguish and the humiliation. People were ashamed of being Indians. And I think that I was born with something, because I loved it when the old people would come to visit. And I loved being able to understand them when they would speak Cree. And I loved the accents that people had too when they couldn't really speak English very well. And oh my God, that is just so beautiful. And then I loved it when they would speak Dene, because I didn't understand the language. And that Mom kept that as a secret language, that she could speak Dene, and then for sure I couldn't understand what they were talking about. That's when I knew the good stuff was going on, when they'd slip into Dene, So this was pre-television. We had radio. There was forestry. So there was a world of connection with the mystical and the magical. And I heard snippets of stories. There was no, cultural visibility. There was secrets. And so I would hear snippets of stories and knew people who were magical in that they could look at a bush, they could sniff a day, they could smell something, and they could tell you what was out there, or what was here, or if we were going to go today, or if we were going to not. And there was this world where Mom was walking around in the house. It was just the two of us. And she told me that some relatives were going to come visiting, and these relatives lived down the track at another community, Chard, I think, or Cheecham, or someplace like that. And they were going to come and visit. And I ran to the window to see them coming up the trail from the train. My watts, not right now, And then 2 days later, they show up. Where did she hear that from? Right? So there was that communication. And people talked about dreams. And there was so much superstition, no way. And so it was that magical world that when I came out to the city, nobody knew anything about it. And I could see it dwindling away. With each funeral, with each passing, there would go an accent, and there would go stories, and I was enraged at how we were being depicted, and how we were treated, and what was being said about us. The things that we were being taught in school. we started to learn about the Aztecs and the Mayans, and wow, I just sat right up. I wanted to hear about this, and then the way they would present it, it was like we were a bunch of losers. Anytime there was something that we were supposed to be studying, we would end up losers. And I knew that wasn't the case because they started building an Air Force base in Anzac, and some white people started coming into the community. And they needed us. They needed us for wood and water and babies getting sick in the middle of the night, and because our only way in and out was the train. It would come to say it would go to McMurray on Tuesday, and it would drop off everything. There would be food and stuff that people ordered, coming off the baggage there, and then go back to Edmonton on Thursday. I saw the first car come into Anzac off of that train, off of that flat car. Freddie McKenzie got a car. And oh my gosh, that was magical, it was amazing. And we would get rides. We could get on, we all piled into that car, and it drove us around the house, just around the house. It was all pretty scary still. And then finally, Mrs. McKenzie was going to get a chance to drive this car. And they had a team of horses, Fred and Mary McKenzie. And they had a garden, and they had a plow, and they had cows, and a churn, and that was my first choice for home, was there. And so finally it was going to be Mary's turn to drive the car, and we had to stand way far back. We had to get way out of the way, and I remember I was standing over here, and she's driving the car around the house, and just real slow. And then she was coming right up to the barn, and I was on this side, and I could see her. And of course, I was real nosy, and I was just drawn real close by then. And she was coming right up to the barn, and she pulled on the wheel and goes, whoa. It just stuck right into the side of the barn, but she was going so slow and doing damage. But that world when all of this was so new, and I remember this old man telling a story about treaty days and how material was such a magnificent thing that you would get material. And he said this year, along with their $5, they got a handkerchief, a little scarf, and long johns. And it was all material, And he said, this old man was so proud of his long johns. And then at the end of treaty days, there's a powwow, and everybody comes, and there's the priests and the nuns, and everybody's there, right? And he said that old man went home, and he put on his long johns, and he put that scarf around his neck, and he came down. Just proud of himself, and then he said the nuns sent him home to put his clothes on.
Sometimes they had those trap doors in the back.
So that's, I couldn't let that stuff go. I was always hoping that there would be a time and a place where we might be able to catch a glimpse of who we really are. And it's been such a long journey. It's been just, it really It really is extremely, extremely difficult. And I've tried working with people. I tried to kind of educate them a bit about who we are, at the same time learning a little bit about how you do this thing and who we are and what are the shifts that we have to be aware of, and what shifts have we come through, and what do we have to offer each other. I mean, I'm so grateful for Gordon, you know, the Tutusis family, because they had people who never went to residential school. And they kept their culture and everything really strong. Oh, you want a word in that choice?
Yeah, I know. Gordon Tutusis, I don't know if any of you know who this incredible Cree man is. It was an actor on North of 60 and on many shows, and of course you've worked with him on some American feature films and stuff. And he was a trickster, you know, like there was just, you know, I remember one time working with him on North of 60, and I had problems with getting lines. Of course, it was Gordon Tutusis, and I had to say craft circle. I said, "You're stopping the craft circle." He was playing the chief at the time. You have to, you know, you can't stop the craft circle. But I kept saying, "You're stopping craft services." And then I couldn't understand why they say cut. I'm like, "What? I'm saying it." And I kept saying craft services. Anyways, and he laughed. And it made the you know, every Christmas they would have like the whole thing about all the bloopers. That made it. All 7 of them. But he was an incredible man. One of the first films that you won a lot of awards was from 1986. It was Loyalties. And it was with Ann Wheeler. I think she was directing that one. And that was kind of something that was, at the time in 1986, you have to think about where we were politically. What was happening?
Well, 1986, the whole issue of sexual abuse was just under the surface. And it was a time when that issue was starting to come out into the open. And Loyalties was one of the things at that time that brought the issue forward. And it was shot in Lac La Biche. And so we had a premiere there in Lac La Biche. And I remember one of the people from the community, one of the guys from the community got me up to dance. And he was he was in a quiet place about the issue. He said, you know, that goes on around here all the time. And I don't know what we think that we don't say anything about it and we don't do anything about it. He said. And then I heard that the community college in Lac La Biche started doing circles and started talking about the issue. And I think that's probably a really good burst through the door of really addressing what was going on in residential schools, because nobody wanted to talk about it. It was like when you hear the stories about men who go to war and then they're quiet, they're silent, they don't say anything. It was that way with residential school. People didn't want to say anything. I didn't know anything about my history, for example, because nobody wanted to say anything. And then that's why I had to learn it when I left my community and came to the city, where we gathered from all these different communities, and each of us brought a little piece of our story, and we sat around our drafts in the bar, actually, and put it all together, and started to coming up, and we look at each other and say, wow, you came through the same thing. We all came through the same thing. Yeah. And now here we are, where there's so many things that are out into the open, and thank goodness we have people educated. We weren't really educated, you know. We were supposed to have been gone to school, but I barely made it through high school. And there was no talk about university or college or anything like that. It was such a tainted place. And so much work has gone in to the education system to turn things around and give us a fairer deal and bring more things forward and change the legislation. I mean, it's taken nations. They say it takes a village to get anything done, to raise a child. It's taken nations upon nations upon nations to crawl out of genocide into colonialism.
There's a joke there somewhere. I just don't know it right now. I think the stories that you've been able to participate in, and Halimia was monitoring a conversation here about the industry. You were listening to what that was and how sets are becoming more and more kind of in DEI, but also Indigenous culture constructs that can permeate, those kind of things. And you've worked on a lot of sets, and you've worked on a lot of with Indigenous stories, but you've also worked a lot with non-Indigenous stories. And as an actress looking at a script that is interpreted by a white Canadian American, how do you navigate that as an actress in working with individuals that may not necessarily know Indigenous worldview?
I had to play poker with what we have to do. I mean, all the different things that we need to accomplish to be able to get our humanity and our dignity up on the table. And so I remember a feature where I was supposed to get killed by this white woman who was working for the priest, making bread for the priest and all that kind of stuff. And she was supposed to take me down, And so I had to figure out a way of getting through that. And luckily, the producer was a black guy, and I thought that I had some protection there. And he said, well, we'll change it. Because, I said, we're in the midst of a cultural upsurge here. And I don't want to be a part of just bringing us back down again. And that's so, what? And he said, okay, we'll change it. And so then there's conversation on how it would be changed. And all right, so then I signed. I'll go on. I turned down that movie. I turned down that movie about 3 times. The same thing as with Black Road. I didn't want to go to do that thing at all. And look where we are as women. We got nothing. We didn't even have dialogue a lot of times. Sometimes I'd go there and I'd have no name. And just grab a name out of the air and use that in my own mind, And I had to create a history. I had to create an intelligence and a worldview and a philosophy, so that when the camera came around, I'd be a whole human being, so that the audience would see that I was alive and that I was a human being and that I had stories. And it worked, I'm just so grateful. This woman came up to me and she said, she saw me in some movie, and she said, "Do you know one thing I appreciate about your work, even though you're not a part of the main story, I'm curious about what your story is." And so that kind of builds. It just builds in the mind and the heart and of human beings, and that's how we've been moving forward, you know, in those days when there's nothing or hardly anything available. And so here we were on the set, and then of this movie that was going to be changed, and here this woman comes up to me, and she's and a PA comes and introduces us, and she's wearing my clothes, for God's sakes. And I said, and the assistant had no idea what the politics behind all this was. She said, "Here's your double." And I said, "Double for what?" "For the fight scene." "Really? Oh? When is that going to be shot?" And so they were going to go ahead and shoot that fight scene. Like, I was going to be all right with that. And I said, "No, no, that was not my deal. That's not what I signed papers for." And then, as it turns out, the day that they were going to shoot that, and I wonder sometimes if Phil just decided to stay away that day or what, because we were supposed to shoot that scene, and here I am bucking, and I said no. And Phil wasn't around. He wasn't there until the end of the day, and found out that I didn't do it. And he said, "Well, we'll change it." I said, "Well, you know what? I heard that before." He said, "Yeah, but he had to deal with the money people, and he had to deal with all those white people that were in the decision-making situation. So I decided, okay, all right, whatever happens." I went down to the bar, the Strathcona in Edmonton, and got a little perspective. And decided that, okay, if that's what has to happen, then I have to do such a damn good job of acting that I'll get another opportunity to be able to tell the story properly, you know? And so that's the poker that I had to play. And sure enough, when we came to shoot it, I said, "Well, you know, if you can't understand what it is that I'm the first wife, and I'm supposed to be the one making the decision on who the next wife is going to be." But they could not fathom that this was a culture that there was more than one wife. And how did that work? But they weren't interested. They just wanted to tell the story of the first white woman to come west, and there was no Indian wife around, never mind, and that was it, and that was that. And why I was there in the first place, they were going to go do what they were going to do anyway. But anyway, and that also had all this dialogue that I'm sure just came right out of Disney. And this is what I was supposed to be auditioning with. And I told Phil, I said, no. I didn't want to do it. I did the audition. But I said, no, I can't be talking like that. Nobody talks like that. I'd be shamed right out of my community, for God's sakes. And so, and he said, "Well, we'll change it." And I said, no, you're not. You can't. It's going to be the same thing. And I said, "Oh, you know what? No dialogue." No dialogue. Yeah, no dialogue. I don't want to talk like that because they wanted me to do it, and so I said, "Okay, I'll do it, but I'm not going to say that." And so this is my first big feature, and And that night, you know what, my ancestors are so cool. It's so cool. But, so the night before, I'm supposed to shoot the next day. The movie's gonna be opening up. And there I am at my sister aunt's house, and nobody's there. So it's just me and the TV. Empty house, me and the TV, back in the days when there was CBC English and there was CBC French. So I put on CBC French, and there was this incredible dramatic scene going on a rooftop in French. And I couldn't understand anything that was being said, but I just keyed into them, and it was like the days that I would be trying to understand Dene, and then just, so my big clue that night was to just think it. And that's where it comes from. It comes from your body, and it comes from your soul, and it comes from your heart. And so just think it. And so I think I have to give some credit to my ancestors. The way they set things up, but oh man, I can't wait to start writing that book.
I think the one thing, you know, with the history that you have in film and television, I just wanted to get a bit more into sort of what you do to prepare for a role. I mean, you talk about you've done a lot of roles, supporting roles, you know, principal roles, and all of the, you know, because you have such, the camera loves you. You know, like the camera loves you.
Glad somebody does.
We all love you.
Yes, yeah, we all love you. But just get a little bit into like who's actors here? Yeah, okay. So we're just gonna talk a bit about what that is for you as an actor. You're preparing for a role. What is it that you do? How does that work for you?
You know, I think I have not, I never went to a theater school. I didn't trust it. You know? Because I grew up with people that were just amazing actors, you know? My brother, uncle, we'd go down to the poker joint, and Mom would say, how's the game? And he would play everybody that was sitting around the table. You knew exactly who was there, just the way they handled the cards and how much they were betting. You knew how much money was involved. And Mom was a heck of a storyteller too, you know. So I grew up with people that were storytellers. So I was kind of searching around for how do I do this? How do I land on my feet? How do I land on my roots? How do I not shame my family by going here in this alien world and trying to tell something that's going to make sense to who we are and where we come from? So sometimes I would have to use Cree in the dialogue to try to settle myself in to the dialogue so that it felt real and it felt right. I always honored the experience of the people that lived it, who lived that life, and try to honor their experience in it. I'm getting ready to do a role that's going to be, she's a lavender farmer. And I don't know any lavender farmers, right? So I have to figure that one out. I have to try to find, so there I'll be doing some research on. We didn't have computers in those days. Can you imagine trying to research what your reaction, your response is going to be to an arrow in the neck? That's tricky. You know, I had some people that were involved in as a medic and people in the medical worlds. And I forget who all that I talked to, but I had to, try to find out what happens to the body when the windpipe is suddenly cut off. What is that response like? And then just trust the moment. You have to put your mind away. And that was one thing that helped. When I went down to LA, one of the things that I did is I studied, I took some classes with Daryl Hickman, who did intuitive exercising. And that is the work of getting to know your breath and the energy that flows through your body, how it's always changing. It's like the weather. We would be walking around in the classroom and getting our breath going and the energy moving and practicing allowing the energy. That energy sometimes will just take you down on the ground. I mean, also, another part of this whole world, and this way of working as an actor is medicine for trauma. Because there's so much packed in here from not having a mother and not having a father and grandparents splitting up at the age of 10 and losing my brother, uncle, and our way of life and our culture and our respect, self-respect and dignity and who are we and all of these things that we carry in our body. And so it's been helpful to be able to play some of these characters, even the experience of not being seen in terms of, my gosh, this woman that I'm carrying has so much to offer this story, and nobody wants to hear her. So I had to walk with that. And it got pretty heavy. I tell you, I dropped out. I sat with the dark side because it gets pretty heavy. And you can't be all lighthearted and ha ha ha. There was no ha 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 in those scripts. I wasn't offered any ha ha ha. And when I first got into this business, when I first started getting opportunities, I thought any minute now we're going to be laughing. No, it's decades, and I still haven't gotten the opportunity, really. Did I answer the question?
I don't know. Just go with the flow. Man.
Oh yeah, it was preparation. Yes, preparation. I think the project tells you what you got to do, and listen to your ancestors, and listen to the character, and listen to the relationships and the scenarios, and love yourself and love that character, and just let it breathe and let it live. Best you can, through all the takes.
And with no rehearsal.
Yeah, no rehearsal. You got to do that on your own.
Yeah, you do it all on your own.
And well, now you have access to so much. You know, you can tune into Instagram, you can go on YouTube, and there you can hear people talking about how you learn lines and so many different things, and how you get ideas on how to fulfill your character. And there's much more acquaintance with what we're doing there than there used to be. It used to be so brand spanking new.
I guess that I just want to just touch a bit on working within the film and television industry. And now we have Indigenous directors. Now we have Indigenous producers. Now we have Indigenous editors. And so we're coming in indigenizing these narratives that, you know, are asking Tantu to come on and play characters. What would you say would be the most significant difference from what you've experienced back 20 years ago to what's happening now with your career?
There's more moments to breathe. You know, right away I think of Darlene Naponce and Falls Around Her.
I was thinking of that too.
Yeah, and that was the most freedom that I ever felt all at once. And oh my God, it was just so beautiful to look around and see all her relatives and the people from the community just loving the hard weather, you know, and the cold and the wet, and just loving that we have this opportunity to tell our own stories in our own way. And yeah, it's rugged, but that's who we are. That's not an issue. Rugged is not an issue. And because we're in this together, and that was the greatest. And I was just thinking, our sister who introduced me, she's the great-grandchild of Chief Dan George. And I was telling her that I met her great-grandfather at a time when I was really considering whether I should go into this business at all. Because I had just met a bunch of actors from the Citadel, you know, which was kind of a high upper crust theater in our world over there in Edmonton. And also it was kind of stepping into this world of being an actor where there weren't many people from my world there. They were all outsiders, and I was supposed to be the outsider. But and in my world they were outsiders, and I thought that it was like they didn't know how to sit. They didn't know how. I felt they were disconnected from their voice because they were being another character, and I was really getting second thoughts about this enthusiasm I had for this business. And then right after that, I was asked to be a part of a docudrama where Chief Dan George was the narrator. And this filmmaker, Harold Tishner, there's such beautiful people amongst us, amongst all the cultures, who love humanity, and they love our humanity, and they're beyond ashamed of what has happened to us in their history. They're on to the next place of appreciating who we are. So here I was in this docudrama, and why I mention all that is because we had a fire there, and it wasn't a gas line that was brought in. That'll very often happen on a film set, because they don't trust fire to know what it's supposed to do, right? And so, which we did on Falls Around Her. We had a firekeeper, and so way back, when Chief Dan George walked this land, I met him, and it was just that one day. But after that, I said, yes, it's possible to be in this industry and be who you are, to be grounded and to find the right grounding, your roots. And it's always been my culture and where I come from. And I have had to dig through the debris, dig through the rubble of genocide and colonialism and this fuckery, and find the gems, find the valuable things that survived that fire, and pick those up and carry them, and went to ceremonies and fasted and sundanced and built my strength among our people, because that's what I'm there for. And so I have to learn these things. I have to understand these things and respect that which was so powerful it had to be destroyed. And I wanted to tell about sitting in a teepee with Gordon's nephew, Tyrone, who's gone on. He's walking in spirit world as well. But, oh my gosh, I had to sit in a teepee for 2 days with this Tyrone, and he studied our language, and he studied the ceremonies. He was so beautiful, beautiful, and he was funny. I said, because I worked 40 years with Gordon, and I was going to be Tyrone's wife in this what is Englishman's boy, I think it was. And so I said, what did Gordon say when I was going to be your wife? He said, I didn't tell him. I scared him, he said. So we sat there, and this is where I learned the story about the word for fire. Yeah, he said, you know, it's made up of 2 words. Escoteo is made up of 2 words. Esco, which is woman, and mete, which is heart. So that's the Cree word for fire, is woman's heart. And then the stories go on to talk about the fire at the core of Mother Earth. So that's what they wanted to keep us away from. That reality, that fuel for the fire in us, and for that knowing of what is it we're trying to connect with. There's a thing in Cree, you know, you see a kid just kind of losing their way and ADHD, you know, maybe that's what that is. But Wiotsi is the umbilical cord. And when somebody is kind of scattered, it's, they're looking for their umbilical cord. And that was me, man. I was looking for my umbilical cord.
So have you found it? Your umbilical cord?
Huh? So reborn, yes, I'm reborn.
Wow, I mean, I'm not sure how much time we have, but we're pretty good with time. I'm just wanting to know if anyone has any questions. We'll just carry on and just kind of, okay, we have one right here.
Hi. I love you.
I love you.
I had a chance to meet you before with like a little greenhouse near the coast, and I was way too shy to come and say hello to you. And then I could cry here. And the second time I had a chance to meet you was in Scotland when I went there on Outlander. There was such a buzz around. Everybody's like, oh,
thank you, Cardo. Then I was waiting for them to call me on set to be with you, and then they didn't. I was like, oh, so now I'm here.
Introduce yourself, Timothy.
But
oh, that was awful. That was awful. That was hard.
It was very difficult.
There was something that was interrupting me. I could not, you know, how hard is it to learn dialogue? But there was something that was clawing at my mind. And that's another thing. That's another thing. If you're finding that difficulty, that energetic difficulty, really, really, really stop, cleanse, reconnect. Because jealousy, envy, that negativity can really get in the way. And we hurt each other. And so, anyway, oh, you had a question, sir?
Out of your great, you know, beautiful career in the, you know, traveling the world and meeting so many different people, what do you feel in your heart is your biggest achievement in, you know, like any kind of project, whether it be working with Kevin Costner or, you know, what do you feel in your heart is your biggest achievement that touched the world and you felt very proud of it?
I think what I'm really proud of is I finally figured out they're not going to be able to tell our stories. And I wanted to work with them because they need to know. They need to learn that we are human beings. We have intelligence. We have things to offer. But and I didn't have the confidence in my own education because I barely made it through high school and I refused to go to colleges. I refused to go to university. I wanted to learn what I had to learn from our people, from the people who knew these things. And that's where I spent my time. I thought, I will work on being the best actor I can be with what I have. And with that journey, learn more about the journey that we are all going through. You know, we have to come through those same places. And then being able to define what that is, to put names on it, and then to be able to share that wisdom. So finally getting to a place where I will be creating my own project, and also where I'm finally going to write my memoir. And we'll see how that goes. And so I'm finally at a place where I'm willing to have the confidence in myself and in my guidance to be able to do something that has something substantial to offer, because there's a lot to download. Is that a term we use nowadays, right? Yeah, there's a lot to get rid of, obstructions to progress on a personal level.
I think also too, I keep saying, is taproot.
Oh yeah, taproot. Yes, hello. That's something. Taproot is a school that I am. I'm a founder of, and it started. The idea started way back. Thank you. That idea started way back when I first got into this business, and I thought, this belongs to us. Because we know how to work hard, we know how to go long hours, and we know how to get her done, you know? And we can work through conflicts, and we can work through all kinds of, and we have stories, and we have laughs, and we have people that are so talented.
we can handle every aspect that needs to be handled to tell these stories, to create a film, to do theater, to do any of these things. We have it all together. And also, it's such medicine. And I found such medicine and being able to tell our stories, to be able to get into our characters, and to have empathy for how difficult it has been for the ones who came before us. You know, how they made it through. Like what, George Manuel, what did he have, grade 2 or something like that? They got National Indian Brotherhood going on. And what has been done in our communities and in our families by people with just hardly anything to work with. And so okay, the short version is I got a school going on. and it's for youth. And initially, I started the idea, I wanted it to be for people in the community that weren't going to school, people that maybe were unemployed, maybe, you know, that had time to tell our stories and see what evolved out of that. But as it was, we started with kids in school, and for the first year, this is our 5th year, and we're just starting with the story circles with the adults. Now we're just starting, so, and it's a hard, long process. ISO has helped us, but you got to get some cash together. You know, you can't. It's community, and we're staying right there in that community. And the idea, in my mind, on some level, is create a germ, create a kernel. So that people, I would love people to come and visit and get ideas, because we work with the council, and we work with the community, and we work with kids, and we do the best we can. It's very organic, and depending on who we can get as a resource person to come in. Amanda and Bracken and Deanna's on the list, to come. Because, you know, through Inkwell, through their work, I met these puppet makers and these animators, and I met your world. And on another level, I've done voiceovers for decades, and finally, just in the past couple of decades, being asked to do characters. It was always narration. Oh, this is happening here. You know. But so finally able to do some characters, and that's really exciting to explore that. And so they are coming to our school because they popped up on my journey, on our journeys. And so my journey is going on. I came here to Vancouver. Meanwhile, back at the settlement, these kids were doing the same thing. It was Halloween. It was around Halloween, and somebody was dressing up as an animated character, Coraline, I think. And these animators have a background with Laika, the people who created Coraline. And it's just, see, there's the ancestors again, just doing that cool thing of pulling elements together. And so, while we are here, 2 of the puppet creators are in Kegano right now for the spring break. And they're working. And then realized when Amanda and Bracken came and visited and showed all their stuff, and these kids were just like guppies when you pour the food into the water. You know, they were just swarming. And then I realized, oh my God, they play video games, you know, and that's so much a part of their world. And they're just hands-on. It's so thrilling. And these are kids that we gathered who had no club. They didn't belong to any teams.
And so we, we're kind of saving lives. We pulled them out of their dark corners, and they had each other, and they're coming out. A couple of them oh, I'm transgender, and oh, well, I'm gay, and so they protect each other, and that's one element. We have the rainbow flag on. We do 2 films every summer, short films. And they're making theater demands. They want to do theater, so okay, I guess we'll have to get some theater going on. But we want it to be natural. But where are the people that are talented and can do that and are willing to come to our community and to share that on discount family rate, So we're just kind of moving through.
Awesome. So that's from your question, Channing. So thank you for asking. Yes.
Okay, I'm kind of nervous. My name's Jen Sanderson. I'm Métis in Korea as well. So I just want to thank you for, having the representation of being a, Métis in Korea. I have so many questions, but I'll try to limit it. Yeah, I'm also like a singer, and I do work for the Métis in the Fraser Valley. But I just wanted to tell you about, I've been watching your work for a long time, and in Echo particularly. I just wanted to share with you that probably one of my most emotional healing times watching a film was in Echo. In the moment there that she had, and she was kind of speaking about how she had that severed relationship with her granddaughter. I had a similar experience. My father passed away when I was a baby, and so I didn't have that relationship with my grandmother. And just in that moment, I don't feel like I've ever had such a healing moment. Like I just kind of poured tears, and just to let you know that that's it's not just healing, I guess, for you, but it's healing so many people. So I just want to thank you for that, and that moment was like really special to me. And just actually on another note, about what you're talking about in 1986, that was the year I was born actually, and you said the first white lady who came west or whatever, was that Anne-Marie Gabri?
Was it Anne-Marie Gautry?
Gabri?
Gabri. She's just asking who the character was that was in Loyalties with you in 1986. The white one.
Oh, the guy in the community?
Yeah, was it Jean-Baptiste Lajoie?
I don't remember his name. I remember what he looked like. He had brown face and dark hair.
I'm wondering about this story, because this story you're saying, it sounds like my family story. And it sounds like you're talking about a character who was in my family line. So it's just, I love that those stories are out there, and the representation and the storytelling. Like, I'm really big on storytelling and art, so I just want to thank you for that.
It is. I mean, we have so many people with such beautiful hearts, and for a long time they weren't able to say anything because they didn't have anywhere to land. People just, people were disempowered. That's what the whole business of tearing the kids away from their families and destroying families, that's genocide in practice. And that's to, putting us in a slow boil so that they couldn't stand up and say, hey, the treaties say you can't do that. Hey, we got to protect the land. We still have to protect the land. We so have to protect the land. That's what it means, that most of the resources are on Indian land and that the treaties were put in place, and that's what it means. And that we were so maligned and dilapidated, because that's how important it is that we stand up
and that we strengthen ourselves and we believe what we feel in our heart, you know, and stand up for our ancestors. It's how important it is. We have an immense responsibility as a people. Look at our language that they tried to kill, and all the knowing that's in it.
Yes, relational accountability is one of the things that that's built within our systems. Our relational accountability is within our ceremonies and our ways of being on the land, and who are we accountable to, right? In terms of what our relationship is to the land and to the water. You know, thank you. This is because of your question that we have come to this, you know, story. What was another question? You had one? Yeah.
Denise Jacazet, Skyzet, Jean Tapi, Hanzu, Sai, Sozit, Gadan, Sydney. I just addressed everybody and I said hello. It's a great day. My name is Gadan. A lot of people know me as Marjorie Dumont. I'm here supporting my dear friend here in the media or the film industry, and everything that you have mentioned, and both of you, Renai and Tentu, the difficulties of colonization and the assimilation tactics that has been in place since contact, and you know the dismantling the Western way to ensure that we have space in film, in education, in justice, and we have to start. And we have been to, I just want to honor you and everybody that has gone before you as well, that dismantled the, I'm going to say it, white supremacy. Because the work that you have done, I'm beginning trying to do decolonizing in my union and in my teaching practice. I'm a teacher. And the reason why I wanted to be a teacher was to continue to help the children that are coming in, that are Indigenous, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, that have never been, that system was never built for us. And I want to dismantle it, to indigenize it. And it's all the work that you're doing in the film industry is what I'm doing. And you know, I really raise my hands in honor and respect to all of you for the work that you've done to share with the young people who are in the film industry that you really had to go through a lot. And you're probably not sharing you're just sharing the tip of the iceberg of that colonization that the white supremacy that you had to try to overcome with, you know, the urgency, the individualism, the whole hoarding information to make it to the top. And we're collective. We're all, and our leadership is different in our ways of knowing, being, and doing than in the Western culture. So we are viewed as, before in the Indian Act, non-human, and we're looked at as not having that voice in the film, that you don't want to hear my voice, you don't want to hear my story. It's like that in every sector, and I really appreciate your story because it hit my heart. Because one thing I just wanted to kind of ask is, you know, it is a really hard path that you've paved. And Chief Dan George had also did that, and many others. And many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis from all over the place in that era had really had to overcome all these obstacles to try to be in a space that was our space to begin with. And so, you know, the colonization, the genocide of our people, the stolen lands of our Turtle Island, that's what we're dealing with every day. And so you have inspired me to continue to do the work that I do. I'm the local president of our union, and it's the second largest in the province. And I tell you, every day I feel white supremacy, and it's wearing me down. And I think everybody in the film industry, every sector feels this. If you're of a worldview that's different than the Western world. So I guess my question is leading into what are some of the ways, I know you described some of them, but what are some of the ways that you can tell us how we take care of our spirit? I know culture is one way. We have to be in ceremony, we have to do all of this and never compromise our identity, because we've been doing that for too long, compromising our identity to be in a system that was never meant for us and to take our space. But there is, I think, maybe a couple of ways that you could share how you took care of your spirit, because that's a hard path that you've taken. And I really appreciate you, and I see you, and I hear you, and I tell you, when I put on the TV and I see you and many, there's not a lot, but the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis that were on the TV, I see myself on there. So I really thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. I think a way to, I mean, the ceremonies, the prayer, all of that is the base. And for me anyway, it's through that discipline for lack of a better term. I mean, I'm not highly disciplined. On one way, I'm not highly disciplined, and then on another way, I am exactly where I need to be. So I think that we have to give ourselves permission just to be who we are, where we are, and these days are really fascinating because we have such access to so much information and so much inspiration from all cultures. And more we see that at the core of so many cultures is the same thing. It's about love. It's about humanity. And in the story of Inko, that demon, in our stories, that demon has to be dealt with by community, by gathering, by bringing our force together. And I think that we have to recognize that element, that as we build our own individual clarity and breathe in our humanity and what we value, is that we really have to recognize that everyone else is doing the same thing, and it's so hard. Because that's a lot of work to be able to find peace inside when there's so much ruckus going on the outside. And so often I've thought about my ancestors, the ones who raised me, the ones that I had the great good fortune of meeting, and how patient they were. Oh my gosh. And so I have to remember that at times, and remember how they could sit and allow an experience to wash over onto someone, and then you can step forward again after that. And the kindness that they had, and the mercy that they had, and the generosity, all of that stuff. you know, and I think we really need to call on that. These are times where we have to gather all our best people, and they come in all colors, in all dimensions, and yeah.
Just to ask you a personal question. Do you jig sometimes?
Do you jig? Do you jig? Do you jig? Jig. You know, I sing sometimes?
No, you jig.
Do I jig? Yeah, I
get
jig sometimes.
Oh yeah, and she's
Go.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so we have to wrap it up, so this will be the last question over here. Thank you.
Sego. I know I met you earlier, and I was saying there's a few times I ran into Tantu at the airport and just kind of had that moment of like, oh my God, I'm hi, and then kind of go. And I just love how friendly, and I was just saying like, you said, oh, am I scary? And I'm like, no, it's out of that respect for space. I'm just kind of talking about the way that when I see somebody I admire, I find instead of going and introducing myself and saying hello, I'm just kind of like, I admire from afar because I want to respect your space. So I thought it was really awesome to be able to finally introduce myself and meet you today. But one of my questions is, what do you look for when working with a director, especially emerging directors and now more Indigenous directors?
What do I look for?
Yeah, or what do you like, or like what is something that you like about, working with emerging directors, or what do you, just any advice to an emerging director wanting to work with a professional like yourself?
I'm so used to just getting by with what I got,
I just tell you about that.
But I would say the director who really loves the story they're telling and really understands the character that you're bringing forward, that respects actors, and has a really broad and good understanding of the story and its setting, and really trusts in that there are gifts that you can't plan for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I'll probably think of, oh, I should have told her this, and I should have told her that, later on. But that's such a big question, and it's not an easy place. I directed for the first time last summer in my school. And thank you. And I just directed as a teaching tool, to be able to help and guide the actors through the story. And it's not an easy thing to do at all, but it's a beautiful spot. Are you interested in directing?
Yeah, I actually am I have a film on Amazon that you can watch. It's called Brother I Cried. It's actually a sad one, so I probably shot, that was my first talent to watch. I was part of the Indigenous independent filmmaking program, and I received a talent to watch, my first film. Justin Rain is the star of that, and it was a story about my brother's opiate addiction and just kind of the enabling family and how we moved through that. So I feel like I told that story that needed to be told, and I highly trust spirit as well, and I like kind of pray and just say, okay, what do you want me to tell? What do you want me to say? What do you what is it? And that was the first story that came to mind. Like I couldn't write anything else. It was the only thing consuming me. I love my brother so much, but also it was this conversation around the opiate addictions in our communities that nobody wanted to talk about and still don't want to talk about. And it took a long time. It took about 5-6 years to get that on Amazon. It took a long time to get that on any platform because of the content, what it was. super proud of it being my first film. There's a lot of people in this room have really helped me with that film.
I watched it.
Or in the film.
Yeah.
Thank you. And since then, I became a producer because I saw the need for Indigenous indie producers, and I really wanted to empower other, diverse voices. So I helped produce the first Indigenous queer web series on APTN called Corinthia with Mary Galloway. And it was a magical journey. It was a self-discovery. It was also learning values of like my mission statement as a producer and what I want to do. I've done a lot of short films, did my friend Sarah's film here. And then I'm now currently, and anybody I've talked to probably a broken record, I had a thesis paper due yesterday. I'm still doing it. I'm currently getting my master's in screenwriting at the Institute of American Arts in Santa Fe. And my thesis script, and you had just said something about this, about where's the ha-ha, like where are these roles? And I leaned over to Sarah and I said, you think Tantu will be in my film? So I'm currently just finished my second feature, which I will go out to try and get it made, and it's a comedy heist movie about 4 women in their 60s to 70s who rob a bingo to get a wellness center in the community.
And they'll show up all grumpy. And you know what? Our beautiful, I don't know, I didn't know what to call you, Alanis, but she's 91, 92, somewhere in there, and she was just saying yesterday, she's just learning so much every day, So I think that, one of the important things that we got to do is find the joy in it, because I'm sure our ancestors are really joyful with as many people as there are that we're doing all of this. We're gathering and we're talking about these things and we're doing these things and we're spreading the medicine around and oh my gosh, I bet they have a good time.
Well, you're
trying to steer us right.
You're definitely an inspiration, and I think that was one of my things, is moving into the directing part of it and going, I want to work with, I want to work with people who really, paved those roads and like have been, I've grown up watching your stuff, and to be able to, I guess, direct you would be really awesome. And I remember I did a mentorship on Handmaid's Tale, and I was so scared to ask the actors, like, what do you look for in a director? Because, I know I've seen some things, and I'm like, how do they deal with that? Anyway, so I just wanted to know kind of your advice on that.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda, and your whole team, everybody who put this together. It's been such an honor, an absolute honor, to share all these stories and to be able to share a part of my past. Thank you for staying.
Let's keep it going. Incredible talk. So, as you may have guessed, this is the end of the symposium. So thank you all for coming out and participating. Massive thanks to all of the organizers, sponsors, participants, and of course, volunteers. Round of applause for all of them. I also want to say, on a very personal note, as a young emerging filmmaker, this was incredibly inspiring for me. Amanda, what you've done is revolutionary. This whole gathering here is totally revolutionary. I haven't seen or heard of anything like this, and for all of these creative and all of these strong Indigenous storytellers and matriarchs and filmmakers, it makes me almost emotional to see that power that's been on stage. I feel so inspired, and I can only hope that I could be that same inspiration for the younger generation. Like my little brother, he's 15, makes TikToks, and I'm like, that's our next filmmakers, that's our next storytellers there. And I want to end with, I started with a quote. It's the artist's job to make the revolution irresistible, and this has been revolutionary, and I want to end with a quote, as you reminded me, Tantu, of my great-grandfather's, something he said. He never, ever, he died so long before I was born, so I could only hear from my grandma and my dad what he would say. He said, it's so important for our people to be seen. It is so important for our people to not only be seen, but to be seen in a good way, and in our own way. And something he would often say is, the stories of my people must be told. They must be passed down onto those who have never known us. So the importance of this, as we enter what has been called, and I would say, is a golden age of Indigenous cinema. Each and every one of you and all of us are contributing to that bubble bursting of our world views being seen and our stories being told. So with that, I want to ask for a song to walk us out and say a big haichka, a big haichka, and lift my hands to each and every one of you. Thank you for coming out.
Basically.